first things first. Did any of our items sell? I don't think they did. I went over and I actually decreased the price. And we'll see what happens. I don't think any of them sold. We'll find out. Aw, thank you. Yep, nothing sold. I knew it. It's just too, yeah, I knew it was too much. It's gonna be more or less like 3,000.
Yeah, meet the market.
And until one of those cells, we're kinda shit out of luck for making really anything. Oops. Oops. That. There. Fracture a random modifier on a rare item with at least 4 modifiers, locking it in place. So what do people do? I see what they do. They take a amulet base and they annul it all the way down to 1, and then they sit there and they chaos it until it hits the +3 to skills, and then they put 4 modifiers on it, and then they put the fracturing orb on it and hope that it hits. That's how people do it. And then they sell it. That's how they do it. Gotcha. Makes sense to me. So someone was saying, like, the power charges are broken, so let's go ahead and test that. Nope, works for me. Yeah, power charger is still there. I don't know what people were talking about. Are we going to change the any updates to build? No, not really. Today is just a day to, like, answer questions. Today is literally just a day of, like, hey, guys, what questions do you have? That is literally it. We're just playing, building the snake. Oops, I think I messed that up. Those 2 are going to need to be sold. It's okay. Yeah, we're literally just playing, building the snake, and just building the temple, having fun, asking any questions. Just literally a play day. Like, nothing crazy. Not doing anything nuts. The only thing I have, like Bloodwood always, for whatever reason, is a long one. It takes a while for me to find the Val Temple. Well, right when I say that, I find it. Hi from Germany. Hello. Is that it? Found it. Beautiful.
They rise from the waters.
Good to meet you. Quick question. Does it feel like what is the best mix of skills to proc cast on ailment, and what do you use in cast on ailment and CSC? Seems like you go spark, arc, comet. Correct. The best skill that we can have on ailment is arc, and the best skill that we can have on critical is comet. You are correct. I'm going Nova, Comet, Comet, and I'm not sure if it's good. Nova's okay. Arc just has a better damage profile. It's really up to you. Nova's still very good, but Arc is a better damage profile. And it creates more crits than Nova. Because it chains. Which causes things to happen. So you get, like, Nova, the argument is that Nova freezes the battlefield better, and therefore gives you more protection because everything's frozen. But if your damage is high enough, Spark does that for you already. You know what I'm saying? Like, Spark already freezes everything, so you don't need something to do the freezing. On top of that, the thing with the Nova is that Arc actually increases the shock value. So if you look at Arc, you'll see that it says 50% increased magnitude of shock inflicted, but then we also combine this with commiserate and overcharge. So what happens is that shocks caused by the supported skills have 50% increased magnitude of shock. So this one already gives you 10% increased, and then with this it gives you another 10%. So now you're at 20% increased shock. But then with this, when inflicted it, the ailment of the shock is then 40% more. So 40% of 10% is now going to be 6%, right? Or sorry, 40% of 20%, sorry. And so what happens, it's like 8%, right? And so now what happens is of the 20% that this arc is applying, it's going to give you an additional 8% on top of that. So what happens is that arc literally just gives you a 28% damage multiplier when it hits targets and shocks them. And that, I believe, is better than what Nova can give, so. What are we going to do when Comet gets nerfed into the ground next patch? What we do every patch, Pinky. We figure out the next best thing.
Victory is mine.
In PoE Ninja, you don't show on what weapon set are the attacks. Sorry, my English. I do, though. On the PoE Ninja, it's definitely there. So I will go ahead and pull it up. Are you talking about, like, it's saying the actual skills themselves? You're talking about the points. Because the points are right there. The green, the red. The green and the red is there. If you're talking about, like, on the PoE Ninja, what are these, like, attributed to? That's in the Google or in the Google Docs. So if you go to the Google Docs on the Adonias, so in the description, there's a Google Docs link, which is this one. And if you go down here to the skill gems, you'll see that the skill sets are all right there. Ta-da. There you go. Only on this one, I would add this. Hold on. We took out elemental weakness. This one's now going to be firestorm. And that's it. That's the only difference. Firestorm. And then this one we don't have on set 2 anymore. We do this. Spark and then firestorm. Yep, there you go. Updated. Good to go. There's your weapon skill. Hi, can I integrate reverse chill in your build? I don't like to use blink. Sure. Go for it. If it suits you better and you have more fun with it, then go for it. At the end of the day, guys, that's really the thing, right? Like, are you having fun? If you're not having fun with the current version of the build, then change it. I just run blink because I like blink. How much budget is it for the COC build that you have, please? I mean, the very cheapest version of it, I think, is like, I think it's like 7 or 8 divs, like the cheapest version. The version that I'm running right now that you see on the game in screen right now, I think is worth like a mere and a half. So like 6,000 to 7,000 divines. This is my favorite part. Ready for this? Ready for this? And they're all ignited too. It's so funny. I love it. And where's the I need to know where the other thing is though. Oh, damn. All right. There it is. I mean, 400 divines, you can still make like one of the strongest variants of this build. Like, here's the thing when it comes to cost. You guys got to understand that, like, let me do paint here. When it comes to cost of builds and Path of Exile, don't ever feel like whenever a content creator comes up to you and goes like, oh, my build is worth this much, right? Okay, so here, do this little chart here, okay? So this is like damage. Or you can say like power. Right? Like damage or power. Like this is how much damage or power the build does. And then down here is the cost. Right? The way the chart works is it goes like this. Right? So if my build over here, because I'm near the end. Like I'm near the end in terms of the power of this version of the build. Right? So if I'm saying my build costs 7k divines, and then like right here is 400 divines, and you draw this going straight up, and this going straight up, the difference in damage is that. Like, you see what I'm saying? So, like, yes, the build is like 20, almost 20 times more expensive, but you're really getting, let's say, probably 30% more damage. Like, I'm doing 30% more damage with the build being like 20 times more expensive. Like, that's how builds work in Path of Exile, right? So when you're seeing things like for specific cost, like don't be like, oh God, it's linear. That means like it's just that much stronger. Like it's not. It's not. Don't hype yourself out. You're totally fine. I'm following the guide from the new Sorc player on the Excel sheet, and it doesn't really go into detail after Act 4. Do I just stick with the build on Excel till level 80 plus? Not sure where to do. You just go into the next video, dude. Because as soon as you're done with Act 4, it's like Act 4 in the interlude, you just like use that build to complete the interlude, really. And you just kind of use common sense as to like, okay, do you understand what the build's doing? Do you know why we chose those specific passives and like what we were trying to do? Okay, then you just kind of like keep running it up and just like choose stuff. Once you're like done with the interludes and you start getting into maps, going from T1 maps to T15 maps is a shorter gap than going from interlude 1 to interlude 3. It's like it's really not that big of a gap. And you just kind of follow the guide where like Spark is back, the one that has like 50k views. Follow that guide until you're about 85. Once you're 85, then just immediately shift into Adonia's Trifusion. Dump like 8 divs into the build and poof, like you just beat everything in the game. You just won. Because this Adonia's Trifusion, like the engine of this build is just I think it's like some of the highest DPS in the game. I don't think there's a lot of builds that can compete in terms of the DPS value that this build outputs, just because of the way the engine is structured.
Victory is mine.
And it's not very expensive to get into. It's expensive to like min max, but it's not expensive to get going.
Exile has only hardened my resolve. Can you say the same?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that this build is getting recognized like so late in the season, because there's a lot of people who are going like, damn. Because if you ever look at the tier list right now for builds in the season, none of them are talking about Adonia's Trifusion. And then you talk to all the big players, and they're just like, yo, the new Adonia's Trifusion build is fucking nutty. And I'm like, would you consider it an S plus tier? And they're like, oh yeah, I would. It's like, it's not even S tier, it's S plus tier. It's like one of the top 3 builds for sure. But it's never mentioned on anybody's like top 10 build list right now on YouTube. So it's just unfortunate. I think what happened was they were just looking at like data stats and like, I don't know, like there's a site that like shows like what's the most commonly used builds. And they're just kind of like using that as a frame of reference as to like what the best builds are based on how popular they are. But this build is definitely near the top, because like it's such a small investment, and yet everyone is having amazing success with it and having a lot of fun with it. And it's got a lot of room for improvement, a lot of shifts. You can use it on a bunch of different classes. Obviously the Stormweaver utilizes it the best, but every single class can utilize it. There's just so many different variants of it. There's so many different directions you can take it. It's just a really, really cool build. But unfortunately, like not a lot of people are tracking on it right now, so hopefully that changes by next season, or maybe it doesn't. I'm actually kind of hoping it kind of flies under the radar, because if it flies under the radar and we have this for next patch and they don't really do anything to it, like if they adjust Comet, woo, like we just find the next skill that's broken, we just replace that and cast on critical, right? Like we we don't care. Like, okay, well, Comet's not going to work anymore, so let's just use the next best thing. It doesn't really do anything to us because the engine still functions, right? So that's just like whatever. If they don't like fix Adonia's, because this whole build is like just functioning off of Adonia's. If they don't fix Adonia's, then like we just walk into the next patch as being like the most overpowered thing. Like there's no way anything's gonna compete. Is this the Spark Comet COC Blood Mage build? No, not even close. Definitely not. Definitely not. Do I have a live build? And yeah, the one in the description is the live build. Yeah, I remember when you told me start weapon swap at 55, but I'm still not sure how to. When you're doing a weapon swap, look at the weapon swap guide. So there's a guide I have on my YouTube. So for those of you who are curious, I'll just go to my YouTube real quick. Just kind of pull it over. All right. So for those of you who are curious about weapon swaps, this one, it's like my biggest Path to Exile video. It has like 64k views. Like everyone loves this video. So like this will teach you everything there is to know about weapon set points and like weapon set passives, like knowing how to swap weapons or why to do it or when to do it or why it's powerful, stuff like that, right? So this is essentially the thing that you want to run, right? For those of you who are curious in the actual build itself, it's this one. It's the Adonia's Trifusion Stormweaver build. There have been adjustments that we've made, like this one. We made adjustments in the build, and then there's been questions about like adding Rakiata's Flow into this build, and we did testing and proved that Rakiata's Flow and Heavy Frost are actually not having a negative interaction. They are actually working very well together. So, yeah. I played different classes, but this build is by far the most impressive build. The only problem was Pinnacles 3 before I found Rocky Odyssey Flow. They didn't die immediately, and the Sorc died to any hit. Yeah, if you don't know how to use exposure and elemental weakness. Like, because exposure and elemental weakness will actually technically throw the target's resistances further into negative than what Rocky Odyssey inverts it. So technically, you should be able to do just as much damage as with Rocky Odyssey. But if you're not utilizing elemental weakness and exposure, then, like, yeah, it's going to be real rough. But this Adonia's Trifusion actually goes over, like, the exposure variant. Like, we use elemental weakness in the exposure variant. That's how that one does. And on this one, this is, like, utilizing Firestorm now. And we're like, oh, does this do anything? And found out that, like, actually it doesn't do anything because we just use Rocky Odyssey now and it inverts it. And then people were questioning, like, wait, doesn't Rocky Odyssey, like, was counterproductive with Heavy Frost because of what Heavy Frost does? And then we did this, and this was the test. And we actually found out that it doesn't. Rocky Odyssey is actually working exactly how it should. But there is another culprit that's causing a problem. So that's kind of actually my next buy. I'm actually thinking about, like, getting that if one of my items sells here. I think I'm gonna like spend 600 divs and get myself a good one. Because I just don't need more damage, bro. I just don't. I have all the damage in the fucking world. I just need to instant clear everything. Everything just needs to instantly die. Is it better than COC Comet? Yes, I do believe it is. At first I said no, but the further and further I push this build, the more and more I'm convinced that this actually is the best build of the entire season. Like, as I push this build further and further and further, I just go, dude, the damage starts to just get ridiculous. Alright, we can go ahead and do some, we can go ahead and do like 3 temple runs. How much is the Palm of the Dreamer that I want though? Like, cause I need a really big Palm of the Dreamer. In order to run the Palm of the Dreamer that I want, so I'm actually not running Rakiatas anymore because it was causing problems with this staff. But if I do, then I need exactly 126 spirit. Does that even exist on Palm of the Dreamer? It does. Okay. Yeah, so this Palm of the Dreamer is the one that I want, and it's 770 divs. That's like the minimum I need for this build to work. Very, very, very big boy Palm of the Dreamer. I like this one too because it gives me the reduced skill effect duration isn't like too bad, which is nice. And it has 27. With this. This is actually pretty good. I like this. It's pretty good. Did you stop using COC and only COE? No, I'm using both. It's right here. Cast on critical and COE right here. I'm using both. Is this viable from the start? If you can get it in Adonia's, yeah. Wait, you need a proper Adonia's. So that's like the catch-all to it. Alright, so I restarted that chain, but I lost my altar, which sucks, so, you know, whatever. Where do I want to put this? Probably there, because it's going to have the biggest effect. Yeah, I'll put it right here. That's that as a level 3. Cool. Hopefully I actually get like the medallions, dude. I had like 4 runs. I think I did 4 runs and I got 1 draw at least. It was like really sad. Is the Palm of the Dreamer for EB variant? No, the Palm of the Dreamer is for any variant. It's not for specifically the EB variant. Define proper Adonias. One, actually, literally any Adonias. Now that I think about it, I'm actually like thinking about it. I'm like, literally any Adonias. Like, if you can get an Adonias, congratulations, it works. Yeah, the -1 doesn't matter. Yeah, because you're building the stacks on you're building the stacks on your second weapon set, so the plus literally doesn't matter. Did I get another one? From where? Wait, where'd it drop from? Where'd it go? Hold on, no, I gotta go find. Is it in this? Is it in the spine? Is it up here? Where'd it go? I heard it drop. Where's the tink? Wait, what the fuck? I heard the tink drop. Where's the tink? What? Huh? That's I don't know. I don't know where it went. Double Comet with Ultra is not worth it? I don't think so, because it's just so mana heavy. It's so mana heavy. And like when I did the math on it, it actually isn't really that much more damage. It is more damage. Don't get me wrong. It is more damage, but not by much. It's like when I did the math, it was like 10% more damage. Like it was very, very little. I think for other builds, it might be better, but for ours, using Spell Cascade with Concentrated Area just turns out to do literally the same thing, but without, you know, issues. Right? So, like, I'll see if I can, like, kind of math it out here. Kind of see what I'm explaining here, right? So what happened with Ultrids was that for every it literally gave us like 45% more multiplicative damage. That's what it did with Ultrids, right? So essentially with Ultrids, it would increase the damage of the comet. The comet went from 5,500 to 8,000. Okay, so that was the damage increase. We'll turn this into a number. All right. So the way that you calculate this is new minus old. And then you take that and you divide it by the old, right? So yeah, exactly, 45%. I was right there on the number, right? So it's like a 45% damage increase with Ultrids into it. But then you also have two comets. So like you have Comet 1 and you have Comet 2, right? So you're doing your 8,000s and you're doing your 8,000, right? Fantastic, great. But you're also doubling the mana cost, right? So the mana cost is now literally doubled because of the fact that you're casting two comets. With me so far? All right, fantastic. So we were at 5,500 blank, and then what happened was we went up to these two because we have the two comets. So every single time we triggered it, the thing was it also costed double the amount of energy. So like with Ultrids and double comet, what was happening was that we were casting two comets, which is great, but we were doubling the mana cost for this increase in damage, but we were also doubling the amount of energy that we would need to get in order to cast it, right? So it's like, okay, how much damage can we get when we're only casting one, but it's a spell cascade with concentrated area. So what spell cascade does is that spell cascade is going to state that I believe it subtracts the damage by 30% is what Spell Cascade does. Yeah, so it does. The supported skills do 30% less damage, but then what happens is that concentrated area also causes them to do 30% more. It doesn't exactly matter like which direction you go. The question is this like taking this and multiplying it by 1.3 and then taking this and dividing it by it would be like 0.7. Sorry, I've been multiplying it by 0.7. Or is it reversing it, right? Where it's doing it the other way. which I think kind of leads to the same result. No, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. It leads to the exact same result. So it doesn't matter which direction we're taking it. It's going to be 5,005, right? But then you're getting 3 of them to drop. So what happens is that the comets are dealing this total amount of damage. Oh my god, are you serious? I thought I was paused. That sucks. Oh well, I had an amelioration. It's okay. I'm almost there too. It's fine. So when the comets drop, they all deal this amount of damage now. They're dealing the 15,015, right? But it only requires half the amount of energy to get it as the Ultrids. You see what I'm saying? So when Ultrids drops, it's causing 2 times as much mana, and we get this. If we go like this... This is the same amount of energy, because for that, when we get one single energy, like, because it requires half the amount of energy to drop the comet 1. Because if you have 2 comets in your COC, you have to generate double the amount of energy to get the comets to drop. You see what I'm saying? And it drops 2 comets, and these comets are going to get really giga empowered because of the fact that they are just legitimately a higher level. But at the same time, that's it. They're only being multiplied by the fact that they're a higher level. And so you're getting this 45% damage increase, which is this. But then with this one, it's like, okay, the damage is less than what the regular common is, but you're dropping 3 of them, and because of concentrated area, all 3 of them are dropping, which means you're actually hitting for this. So really, when we're talking about damage differentials, maybe the same as like this and this. So now what happens is we actually have 173% damage gain with the spell cascade. So Ultrids just literally came out and just said, actually, it's just better to run spell cascade. Now, if you decided to run Ultrids and spell cascade, you're like, okay, let's do that. Let's do Ultrids and spell cascade, because that seems like it would be the best option, because now what's going to happen is you're going to have triple comets. The problem is that if we go to paint here, the problem with that line of thinking is that let's imagine that the red is with spell cascade but not concentrated area. Let's say that your red is your target. All right, and we'll say the blue is your comets, all right? What'll happen is that the spell cascade will come down, and your first comet will land right here, and then the other one will land right here, and the other one will land right here. And this is without concentrated area. Okay, that's without it. Now, if you do the same instance with concentrated area, then what happens is, let's actually make this a little bit bigger, like that. The comet is smaller, right? It's a smaller comet, but now when the spell cascade hits, do you see how all 3 of them are now hitting the target? Because the area has been reduced. So when the area has been reduced like that and they have less area damage, it actually confines them into a point where all 3 of them are going to hit the target. Whereas without concentrated area, now only one of the comets is going to hit. So if you're going to run spell cascade, then you need to run spell comet. Then you need to, or sorry, if you're going to run spell cascade, then what you need to do is run this. So then the argument is, okay, well, why don't we run Spell Echo? You can't run Spell Echo on Meta Gems because it modifies the cast time. So it's just like, no matter how we fucking modify this, it just turns out that Spell Cascade with concentrated area just nets out way more damage in every single instance. So Ultrids is just like super bait for this build. It just turns out Spell Cascade with concentrated area is just like the king.
Not yet.
Which is also nice to hear because Ultrids is like 1,300 divs or something. I'll take it. There's other ones that I want, but I'll take it for now. Oh, double divine. Sweet. I get knocked down? I think I did. Is there the luck of rooms? I mean, there's always going to be luck of rooms involved, but there's definitely a smart way to play it. But yes, luck of getting the correct rooms is definitely a factor. I waited to get an altar of sacrifice for like 20 plus runs. Finally got one, and I was like, yay. And then when I ran my Spy Master's rooms, I just refused to drop a Jawatli's medallion. And because of that, like this, it's just not dropping Jawatli's. And because they're just not dropping Jawatli's, I can't protect the chain, which means we're just in a really shit position. I have like 7 or 8 Spy Masters, and I still can't get a single one to drop. It feels so bad. That's a double divine drop from a single one. Interesting. I still can't get Jawatli's to drop, man. It's insanity. Yeah, it's just luck, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. What's 27 times 6? That's how long it took for me to get an altar. How's the Vertex? Very good. I love the Vertex. It's definitely more powerful with the Vertex. That's for damn sure. Damage is out of this world. But I'm still not getting the Jawatli's medallions, which is causing problems. Did you sell the GG amulet I crafted? Nope. Nobody bought it. So I gotta lower the price. Is Palm of the Dreamer that kills Anumu mobs instead of smoke? I was getting why they do too much damage. It can. It might be able to. I don't know if it can or not. I don't know if that's the sole reason. Theoretically it could, but I don't know if it actually does. Because it's causing quadratic damage. Nice. Man, like, I got decent ones here, but it's just like, where is my Jawatli's? Like, thanks. I love the divines. Keep giving me divines. I'm all happy about it. Like, the rarity of getting Jawatli's is really annoying. I feel like they definitely did like an internal nerf and didn't tell us about it. Still haven't gotten one to drop. I've had one Jawatli's drop in 5 runs with 8 Spy Master rooms. I don't know what's going on here, dude. Something's up. Something's bugged, or they did a real big nerf. Especially when it says, like, specifically, has a high chance for Jawatli's medallion. Yeah, but like, why would it? That's the problem. Like, why would it have that? Why would it have issues? And the only reason it would is because they nerfed it. That would legitimately be the only reason. Yeah. I'm not sure about switching to Vertex. My ES drops significantly. Like, your damage goes through the roof, so nothing can hit you. Stop being a pussy. Every single conversation we have, Lexi, it's always about survivability. Stop being a bitch. Do more damage. You'll survive. You ain't gonna get it on a Sorc, my dude. You want more tank? Play Disciple of Rashta, which is a Sorc thing, or play Blood Mage. You ain't gonna get tank on a Sorc. We are damage. We are glass cannons, and we embrace it and we love it. Man, this is getting disappointing.
Corruption's influence is
Oh, I got a level. Hooray, I'm level 98. What do I grab? With 1 extra point, what do I grab? Maybe branching bolts. I could also do raw mana. That'd be cool. Join the stream. Got called a bitch. Stayed for the gameplay. What's my anoint? Efficient inscriptions. Ooh, this is probably going to be the best, actually. Just getting the straight int. Wonder which one gives me more. Probably just the int. The int will probably be the best. But nah, we're gonna go for branching bolts. We're gonna go branching bolts. There's nothing else ready to grab right now. Okay, so from here, what I have to do is I have to protect, because I might have to place the Thaumaturge down. So I have to place the Spy Masters here. And then I need to level up something. I'd love to level up this, but, like, that's just not going to happen. Damn, this sucks. I like the monsters having increased effectiveness. That's really good. I think we need to save it and just let it close and see what it eats. Okay. That was actually, like, God's blessing. Of all the things that could have happened, that was probably like one of the absolute best. Like, it ate 1 room of my entire of both the snakes that ate 1 room. That's pretty lucky. I'll take it. With life regen as a variation of this build, if you want tankier Sorc, yeah. Get Headhunter with 25% max ES. That's what I did. Can you show me how much critical hit chance your Spark have regular versus cold infused? I think it has like 55%, dude. I think my Spark is pretty low. Let me take a look. Where's my Spark? No, it's on 63%. And then when it's cold infused, it's 78%. But I'm always cold infused, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? All right, from here I want to choose which one to level up. I think the best thing that we can choose to level up is going to be this one, where the rare monsters have increased effectiveness. Because we have a bunch of rares. Is there any garrison that's not level 3? There is not. Yeah, I think it's this. Commander's Halls, the rare monsters having the increased effectiveness, I think is definitely the way to go. I could also increase the effect of all of the commanders. armories, smithies, and legion barracks, and these are armories. Okay, no, it's just that. It's just the automation lab. Oh, I can't level it up. Okay, cool. Then it is this. I had it right. Cool. Okay, I can't put that there. That sucks. So, do I have to Russian tech this? I think I have to Russian tech this. No, I don't think I can because it'd be Garrison Armory. Garrison, yeah. From here, it would have to be like Corruption, Thaumaturge, back into Alchemy. It would be something like that. I can't Russian tech it. The only thing I can do, I could add this here. I don't think I can add the I can add the Thaumaturge there. Okay, cool. I can do that. Okay, so we'll just Russian tech it. Put that there. We can put that there. I don't necessarily want to connect these, so I'll take that out. That's fine. We can do that. Hopefully we get something good. You don't need a ton of ES. Yes, exactly. You do not need AS.
Again, the architecture is a layer A.
You will not suffer. Victory is mine.
There's the tink. I mean, it feels good to be able to find like 10 raw divs per temple. That's pretty cool. I don't need a garrison for a while, but I'll take it as a form of protection. Your POB shows no jewels? Really? I guess. I don't know. What do you mean jewels? Like the ones in the sockets? It should. Point. Let exactly the best stats to look for on Vertex. I guess you could just try to buy one. I mean, the best stats that you're looking for is this one. This is the best stats you can get. Where you have the increased chance for ailments, you have the critical hit chance, and you have the +4 to skills. With a socket. Socket, increased critical hit chance, increased chance to inflict ailments with +4 to all skills. That's like the Giga Vertex. I believe it's going for like 700 divs right now. Jwatli's? Oh my god, we got one. We actually got a Jwatli's, boys. Holy crap. Our streak of bad luck is over, dude. Feels good. Chakokles. That's what we're gonna call it now. Chakokles. Oh, the meme is too good. That's too funny.
I need more time.
Oh no, I've gotten knocked down, but I have the molten. What will I ever do? How much does the increased chance to inflict ailments help? Isn't that additive? Usually Stormweaver doesn't have an issue with inflicting ailments. Can you elaborate? Of course I can. So, chance to inflict ailments is additive with itself, but it is a separate multiplier. Oh, I got another Chikokles! Hooray! Alright. So let's take a moment here. Let's pause the game. Let's take a moment to explain what's going on with chance to inflict increased ailments. So, when you're talking about being able to freeze a target, okay, which is really what we want. We want to freeze targets. That's really the ailment that we're trying to apply, is the freeze. Okay, that's the big one, right? When we're talking about able to freeze a target, there are multiple things that we can do here that can kind of like modify how we can freeze a target. And the first one is just straight up like additive damage. So we'll call it additive damage. I'll do this too. I kind of extend it a little bit. That's too far. It's too much. Like right there. Yeah, that's fine. Additive damage. And then you have like gain damage. And then you have the last one, which is like crit. Okay, so these are like all forms of damage. So like all of these fall under the umbrella of damage, but what they do is that they are all separately multiplied across each other, right? Okay, so then you have two others, which is freeze buildup. Okay. And then from here, I would say your last one, there's not really a 6. There's really this one, which is freeze buildup. And then you have chance ailment, right? Which is that separate roll. Now, what happens is all of these things multiply across each other. So let's say that all of the additive damage that you have in your build, which is like elemental damage and fire damage or cold damage or increased spell damage, blah, 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 blah. They're all, they all fall under parameters, and so they're all conditional. So, you know, you cast a spell that's not elemental, it's not going to get farmed by elemental damage. You cast a spell that's not a spell, it's not going to get affected because it's an attack, but elemental will. So it's really just like parameters. But let's say that all of the additive damage that you have in the build is like 500%, right? And then let's say that all of the gain damage in the build, the way that gain damage works is that all three of them are going to multiply across each other to create one big coefficient, but we're just going to make it easy. Let's just say that we have roughly 120% gain damage, okay? And then for our crit multiplier we have is 250% because of our Malagaros, but we have enough crit to where we can just say that, like, truthfully, it's really around 200%. We'll just say 200% just to be easy, okay? And then our freeze buildup in the build, because of all the freeze buildup that we get in the build, is going to be roughly about 150%. And then you have this chance for ailment, all right? Now, yes, chance for ailment is additive on top of itself, like added damage, gain damage, crit damage, freeze damage, right? It's all good. But all of these are going to get turned into coefficients, right? So this one's that one's that, this one's that, this one is 2.5. Okay, and all of these are going to get multiplied across each other, right? So we're going to equal the product of all of these. Okay, so we have increased the chance to freeze as a target by essentially a factor of 99 because of the fact that we have all of this increased damage, gain damage, crit, and freeze. And then we have chance for ailment. Now, chance for ailment is going to be a separate multiplier. So, like, even though we only have 25% chance for ailment in the build because of the vertex, looking right here, you can see that it's only, 21%. That's fine. 21% is fine. We can use that as the example. Okay. Even though it's only 21%, it is a separate multiplier, which means it's really 1.21. So if we take the product of everything again and multiply it across, it grabbed the wrong ones. Hold on, my bad. I grabbed the wrong ones. These ones. There you go. You can see that, like, now the chances are quite a bit bigger, right? 20% bigger. So when we have chance to do the ailments is a separate multiplier. And even though it is additive with itself, which means it has diminishing returns as, like, you get like super big amounts of it, it's still a separate bucket multiplier that multiplies across the entire chain right here, which increases the chance that we are actually going to literally freeze a target by 21%. Bam. Now, does this build have an issue with freezing targets in the regular game? Not really. But does it start to have issues with applying ailments when the effectiveness of the monsters starts to get to like 800%. Right now we're at about 400 to 500%, but as we start building the temple, the effectiveness of the monsters is going to get to 800%. Are we going to start having issues with a standard build to apply freeze to targets that have 800%? Yes, we're going to have quite an issue. So to fix this, we just need to deal more damage, and we need to have more chance to crit ailment. We need to have higher crit. We need to have higher base damage. We need to have higher gain damage. And because of that, that just freezes everything. And we're perfectly safe because we're able to freeze everything. So the way that this build survives is by having just so much damage. It just freezes the whole screen. Nothing can deal damage to us. And that's why we do that for the Vertex. Dude, what? I've been following your campaign spreadsheet and it's going very well. Thank you for that. You probably made a video on it, but how do you transition to an endgame build with items of the priority? There's literally an entire like series of builds that I use to transition. If you go on my YouTube video, every video that's after that campaign video is basically how I transitioned. And the one I showed works amazing. Yep. Yep. People are like, but how do you survive? You just kill them faster. It's like your options as a boxer to either have a stronger chin or a stronger punch. Choose. Looks like they are going for 300 now. Well, that's nice. Oh, okay, there we go. Good. Where are you? There you are. Am I gonna? Okay, there we go. This part of the chain is always annoying. Oh. What'd you get? Ooh, nice. I got another couple bottles. Nice. Really like those. I can keep upgrading the commanders. $600 if you want double sockets. Nice. Oh, it's a Portes. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, we got some pretty good medallions here. And another Quapodals, dude. Get out of here, dude. I got 2 Quapodals, 2 Jwatlis. Might have to get rid of this one here pretty soon. That's amazing. If I get another Jwatlis, dude, oh, this is like the best run ever. Nah, it doesn't look like we did. I don't feel like I really need to protect my second chain too much. My first chain I really need to protect. So until I'm able to get 3 Joatlis, I just am not going to protect the second chain. I really need to be able to get this altar and protect it. That's it. Cool. It's been a step-by-step process. The memo. I'll keep digging through your videos to see what might be the transition to have a crossbow. I'm afraid to touch because I made it 3% quality as a non-exceptional base, and I am hell tempted to see if I can sanctify it. Go for it! No. Bitch money don't make money. I've never done this well with Sorc in this game before. Nice. Is anybody able to look into my build and check in? Blah, 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 blah. It's my main weapon, though. Well, if it's your main weapon, I actually do say don't touch it. If you can get something else to roll on it, then go for it. If you're trying to sell it, bitch money don't make money. You just got to go for it. Is 300 div enough for this build? More than enough. Way more than enough. Way, way, way more than enough. So the funny thing is that like I don't necessarily need to protect this. I need to protect this. Okay. So here's the risk I'm taking. I mean, like, there's no reason to not, though. That's the thing. There's literally no reason to not do this. Like, don't get me wrong. I love being able to use the Grand Phylactery and the Thaumaturges and stuff, but we need to protect this one. This is the one we need to protect, and there's literally no reason to not protect it. There's actually literally zero reason to not protect it. So I'll just do that. And it didn't even take out this part of the chain. That's insanity. And I got my Crimson Hall. So I put the Crimson Hall here. Now we re-roll and hope for an altar. We didn't get an altar. That's okay. Now we sit here and we wait until we get an altar again. In the meantime, I guess I can go this way. I'll put that there. Yeah, might as well, right? There's nothing I'm losing here, and I'm just increasing this to get 60%. There's literally no loss value to that, and then I can put that there. There's no loss value here, and then we need to increase. I actually like increasing these ones, and I'll also increase this one as well. Yeah, the rare monsters getting increased effectiveness is like super huge. And then after that, we need to start hitting these humanoid monsters. Increased rarity of items dropped by monsters. Yeah, these alchemy labs are fucking huge. Because of the spy masters. The spy masters are making these alchemy labs actually super, super big. All right, let's run it.
A building that shifts like the sun.
Well, I mean, we've done like what, 2 temple runs, and we have 13 divs. You know? The stronger this temple gets, the more they're gonna drop. So you know, whatever. Come on, buddy. Where? Yeah. There we go. It's like the only thing I want to pick up is the divs. Everything else is kind of like a waste of my time. Okay, so that one cannot be used. We can just exit. The guy chat about the animal monster in Palm of the Dream. I did some testing on the fire scepter. It seems better, but they get hit, turn off COC, and hunted through 5-storm to kite them out. Gotcha. Oh, I got the corruption chamber. Fuck yeah. Okay, so we definitely need that because as soon as we put down the altar, we need to put down the corruption chamber attaching to it. Like the crossbow I bought originally for 2 divs, and now it's between 700 and 1200 divs. I say no balls it, dude. It's too late in the season. Who gives a shit? Like, you're doing enough damage anyway to where, like, if it were to, like, hit the negative end with the 80%, it's like, what's it really going to do to your build? I mean, honestly. Like, at this point in the season, it's like, you're doing so much damage, like, just fucking do it. I remember playing this game a year ago and finding out about how corruption works, or like how sanctifies and stuff like that worked, and I was like so scared to hit things. So it's like, it could brick it, I don't want to do that. And now I've gotten to the points where I'm just like, nah, dude, bitch money don't make money, and I just fucking slam it with like out any hesitation whatsoever. How do you sustain mana for comet since changing to vertex mass? I think I'm damage capped by my mana when uber bossing. How do you sustain mana against a boss? You actually just deal so much damage to the boss that it doesn't matter. Like you going from zero, like, nice. You're casting like only 3 comets, but the comets hit so hard that it kills the boss anyway. So who cares? And if you're uber bossing, I'll go ahead and do an uber boss after this real quick. I'll show you. You just need to space yourself correctly. The boss will just die, dude. Chance triggered spell jewel. Should I swap to double gain extra damage and a chance hard well? I think that's better. The Heart of the Well I'm running with the gain damage is so strong, dude. Like, gain damage is so stupidly overpowered. Once I figured out how gain damage is actually getting multiplied in this game, I was just like, dude, why would you want anything but gain damage? It's just way too strong. I used to see those wands that like had, or those staffs that had like triple gain damage. I was like, well, that's not the best. You want like 1 increased damage. Now I'm sitting here like, nah, dude, you just want triple gain. If I had triple gain, oh my god. Nah, I mean, like, the thing about the Frost Remnants is that it only works when you actually, like, cast a Spark. Or, because, like, that's the only thing that's consuming the Frost. So, like, you're only going to pick up 1. So it's not necessarily that. It's literally just deal damage. I'll show you. God, I'm getting a lot of those. Hell yeah, dude. I sold my augury yesterday. Now I'm back to level 37 on Blink instead of 40. There is not so much difference because I think I need a little damage in Temple. That's fine. Now, there's very little difference when it comes to the blink distance. It's like barely noticeable. 3 gain better or spell damage and 2 gain? 3 gain. 3 gain better. 3 gain is better. I would say, okay, let me rephrase. I would say 3 gain is better in like 95% of scenarios. Yeah, I'm spamming Sanctum and Taxi 5 people. Party even slow spamming Mana Flash. Don't know how it looks in equipping 5. Oh, got a Partes. Nice. Okay, hold on. I actually need that. Give me. Thank you. Like, against Zerok, 6 people, you should be able to just, like, legitimately decimate, bro. Like, you just send him to the Shadow Realm. Another thing you can do is actually prepping your Sigil of Power properly. So that you get like giga fucking damage. Like when you come up to the boss and you do this and you're like all ready and you do this, you could just literally sit here and do this. And just spam this out and then pop your manas, right? Then swap and you have your Pinnacle of Power. Now look how big your Sigil is. And then as soon as you do this, boom, they all just get straight up hit. And then the stage of the Sigil of Power just doubles your damage. And that's that. Boom. All uses spells, right? Yes, sir. Can you explain what is better for your build? Crit chance for spells or just crit chance? Both? They both do the thing you want, that's for sure. All right, so the hope here, and then I need to put this on a 2. There we go. Nice. Okay, and then we need to lock that one. And the hope is that it doesn't delete that. Hooray! Back to our normal stake. If 3 gain is better, then why are 3 gain staffs so cheap? Because that is a great question. Remember I said 95% of builds, right? The reason being that 3 gain is not better is this. So, when people are making builds and we're talking about damage, right? For this build, 3 gain would be best, right? But for damage, right? There are 3 things we have. We have our additive, we have our gain damage, and we have our crit. Okay? Those are like the 3 main things. Okay? Now, crit can be crit hit chance, so we'll go CHC. And we have CHD. Okay? Now, what happens here is that most builds, what they're doing is they're finding out that stacking CHC and CHD in your passives is the best place to do this because there's just not a lot of places in gear where you can get a lot of this. Maybe the CHC you can get a lot in your gear, but CHD you can't. So what people are doing is that they are going in and they are grabbing things like this. Let's see if I have it. It is a Time Lost Sapphire. This, right? Where Notable's passive skills in Radius can also grant 10% increased critical damage bonus. And they're getting these. And then what they do is they put that into their passive tree, like somewhere up here where like this node is. So they'll put this here. And then they'll put something like you can allocate around Chaos Inoculation with Prism of Belief. And then they just dump a bunch of points into these notables. And each of these notables give them 10% critical hit damage. But that takes a lot of points, right? And so what happens is what they're trying to do is they're trying to bloat their CHD as high as possible. So they get their CHD to like 600%, right? And then they have their crit chance and they get it to 100%. So when these both multiply out, it's going to be, you know, a 7 times multiplier because both of these work together, but they get their CHD high enough to where it's that. So we just have this 7 multiplier. We'll just run that there. Okay, so now what happens is that we have a choice between either getting additive damage or gain damage because throughout our build, we've maybe in our passive tree gotten maybe give or take 100% additive damage, maybe, okay? And then throughout the build, we have roughly maybe 10% gain damage, all right? Now, how does 10% gain damage work? Well, the way that gain damage works is that it takes each of the forms of damage that you have and multiplies them across each other. I know that sounds ridiculous, but we thought that like, okay, so this is fire and cold and what is this? Lightning, chaos, and physical, right? I think those are the 5. Okay. Now, previously, what we thought happened was, let's say that we had 30% here and we just ran it across and had 30% all the way across. Okay. The thought is that what happens with chaos damage or with gain damage is that each of these is going to add up. So we just take this and add it here, add it here, add it here, add it here, all the way across. We get this 150% gain damage. Then it multiplies against our base. Let's just say is 100. And so really what happens is that we're getting 100 times 2.5, which is 250 damage. But that's actually not what's happening. What's actually happening is that this is a 1.3 multiplier. Let's go general here. This is a 1.3 multiplier, and it drags across. And what's happening is that like it's actually multiplying across each other. And so what happens is we get this times this, times this, times this, times this. And now all of a sudden, instead of it being a 2.5 multiplier, we actually have a 3.71 multiplier, which means that if we take this, we multiply it by this, all of a sudden we're getting a hell of a lot more damage like that. They do not multiply like that. I have been told by 10 people that they do multiply like that. I've been told by 10 different people that they do multiply across each other, that they're not additive with each other. They're not just multiplying to the base and then adding. So like the thought was, what I thought happened was that it did this. It took this and it multiplied this and it said, oh, it gives you 30 damage, right? And then this one gives you 30 damage, and that one gives you 30 damage, and that one gives you 30 damage, and that one gives you 30 damage, because it's multiplying off the base damage that you have, and then it takes 100 and it just adds each of these. That was the impression that I was under for the longest time. Under the longest time, that was the impression that I was under. And then what happened is that I had multiple people come in and tell me that actually they're just multiplying across each other like this. So which one is it? Because I trust Ripta more than anyone. What, in Path of Builder? No, in-game. Okay. Fine, pure, chaos, notable. Okay. I think that's spaghettification, right? Spaghettification is one. If I remember correctly, I think spaghettification. No, it's increased damage. Okay. Gain, chaos. That's attacks. There you go. There you go. Right Hand of Darkness. Okay. I got one. I found one. Spells gain 5%. And then, like, add gain. Damage gained as a specific type only scales with modifiers to the new type, not with modifiers to the source's damage type. Okay, cool. For example, lightning damage gained from physical damage scales with lightning damage modifiers, but not physical damage modifiers. Damage gain occurs in the same two-step process as damage conversion. Damage over time cannot affect free damage. Huh. Okay. So it's giving me 5%. So spark damage per second power. So spark damage per second is going up by like minimal. Yeah. Now let's look at gain gain lightning. So it modifies the lightning a little bit more. Interesting. So the spark DPS only goes up by like 600. So what's it modifying? What about total stillness on the spark? I tried total stillness. It's eh. How the fuck is gain actually working then? Because I had a stream where I had multiple people tell me it came in and it was functioning like this. Or it was multiplying across, and now it's definitely not. In fact, it's not even doing this. It's actually doing something completely different. Yay, education stream. What's gain doing? I need to read this carefully. Damage gained as a specific damage type. Okay, so 6% damage is lightning. Only scales with modifiers to the new type. Not with modifiers to the source's damage type. Okay. Unless they're the same type. Okay. For example, lightning damage gained from physical damage scales with lightning damage modifiers, but not physical damage modifiers. More sources. Gained occurs before all of your increased and more sources. Okay. From Reddit. Oh, you're going to have to post it in the Discord, dude. Impurity conversion gain as increase more your skills deal 100 damage of X and converts 50% to Y. It's 50%. It's 50X plus 50Y. If you gain 50% of X as Y, you would then deal 50X plus 75Y. What the fuck sense does that even make? The fuck does that even mean? If your skill deals 100 damage of lightning, okay, and converts 50% of the lightning damage to Y, okay, so like let's say you gain fire damage. Oh, is that what that is? So 6% of extra lightning damage, 6% of your elemental damage now converts to lightning damage? Is that what that is talking about? Converts 50% to Y. It's still 50X plus 50Y. If you have gained 50% as X and Y, you now have 50X plus 75Y. I don't think it's 50X plus 75Y. I think it's 50 plus 75 is what you're saying. 100 lightning damage is 50% lightning damage converted to fire. It means 50 lightning and 50 fire. Right. Right. It's converted, but it's not saying it's converted. It's saying it's gaining damage. If you then also had 50% of lightning damage gained as fire, that means 50% of the lightning damage. And okay, so that's if you have conversions, but we don't have conversions. There's no conversions here. The lightning damage is just lightning damage. So if you gain 50% of lightning damage as fire damage, or like this, if you gain 53% of all of your damage as extra fire damage, doesn't that literally just a 53% multiplier to your damage? And because of the associative property of multiplication, it doesn't matter if it happens before or after additive damage. Convert removes the original damage and gain leaves the original but gives you the gain on top. Correct. I get that, right? If you had conversions, I understand what you're talking about, right? So like if you guys are saying like, okay, if you had a sort, like let's say you did 100 damage, but then you had something that converted it and said like, hey, 50% of your damage is going to be this and this, right? So now it's like fire and this one's like lightning, right? And then you had something that says, hey, gain 50% of lightning damage as fire damage, then they would take the 50 here and say this lightning damage, 50% of it is going to be, so 25 now becomes fire, and then the other 50 is still lightning, so it adds a here, so you have 75 fire and you have 50 lightning. Totally get it, but what if you don't have a conversion? It's 53% more damage because you have a bunch of percent lightning damage, and none of that applies to fire from your scepter. It's not 53% more damage because you have a bunch of percent lightning damage, and none of that applies to the fire damage from your scepter. But the scepter's saying damage, like you just gained, like your damage. Are you saying, okay, hold on, wait. Let me reread the scepter here. Gain 53% of damage as extra fire damage. So it's just saying like all of your damage is getting converted to extra fire damage. I am so confused. What the fuck is happening here? Oh my god, why is my head spinning? Okay, but we're talking about what is conversions? Is this a conversion? Is gain damage a conversion? Because that I thought that was two separate things. Conversions and gained as occurs before increases and more. Okay, but I don't have anything that's converting my damage to anything. So why do I care about conversions? They are separate, but they occur at the same step. Totally get that. Like just like curses and exposure, I get that. Like curses and exposure are separate, but they happen on the same step. I get that. Totally get it. Gain works the way conversion works. So the formula comes from conversions. Okay, so that's why you guys are telling me conversions. You're like, it works like conversions. Oh, you don't know how conversions work. Okay, well, that doesn't really help. Okay, got you. Right. Okay, conversion. It's on the same step. Yes, conversion happens before additive. Yes, that does happen, right? Whenever you have anything that's converting a damage to another damage, that's fine. But gaining damage is not conversions, and we don't have anything that's conversioning or doing any type of conversions to our damage type. So are you guys just telling me that like gain works the same as conversions, as in it's the same step? Or are you telling me that like gain and conversion are like gain is somehow doing a conversion? What wand do you or what rune do I have in my wand? Plus all. They are related in that percent increases to lightning don't apply to any conversions or gain to of other elements until the gain is done. So you have like gain damages first, then you have your additive. So you have your gain damage first, then you have your additive, and this is the order of operations. You're saying that one happens here, then two happens here with the additive damages. And let's say that like base damage is 100. Now the way the scepter works, it just says increased damage as extra fire damage. Like you just gain damage as fire damage. It's not saying a specific elemental type, it's just saying your damage is just straight up multiplied. Whereas like other things like this one is like you're gaining elemental damage, right? Specifically only impacts elemental damage. And there's other things that like specifically say like gain 6% cold damage as lightning damage. So like only your cold damage is modified. So if you're doing something that does 100 lightning damage, then gaining cold damage or like gain cold damage as lightning damage, and you're doing something that has lightning damage, then like it doesn't work because they're not the same. Right. Yeah. So there's one that like I think there's one in here. So there's this like let's imagine this is cold and this is lightning, right? And there's one that does in our tree. I think it says like gain damage as. Oh, here it is. This is a good one. This is a good one right here. So you gain 25% of your cold damage as extra fire damage against frozen enemies, right? So if you're doing a lightning spell, this does nothing to it because you're gaining cold damage as extra fire damage. It only affects the cold damage, the first one. But if you were doing 100, then 25 now becomes fire. So if you're doing lightning damage, it does absolutely nothing. If you're doing cold damage, now 25 also becomes fire. So you're dealing 125 damage, but of that 125 damage, 25 of it is fire and 100 is the cold. Is that what we're saying here so far? Am I getting that? Is that correct? Do a row for each element. Okay. Okay, I have a row for each element. Okay. Okay. And let's say you have 100% increased lightning damage on the tree. That versus frozen node. That versus the frozen node. And your scepter. Okay. We'll limit it to just those three things. Okay. So you say we have 100% increased lightning damage. Sure. And then you're saying that we have the scepter being the 53% gained damage. Right? There's just the three things. We can move these around, but these are just the three things. Yes, and the 25% cold. Yep. Cold as fire versus frozen. Cool, we got it. So we got 100% lightning damage, 53% damage gained as fire damage, and we have our 25% cold as fire versus frozen. Got it. Okay, so now what happens? So you get 200 times 0.53 from the scepter. Yes. That makes sense. Yes, that absolutely makes sense because it's affecting all of our damage. So like that. Okay, good. And 100 times 0.25 from frozen notable. Yes. Because it's only affecting the cold damage. Correct. So it's 25. Okay, so it's actually not. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's not that. It's actually this. Sorry. It's percentages. It's percentage. We're doing percentages. We're doing percentages. Okay. So now this is fire and this is fire. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. These are both fire. That's not happening. Like, it's converting, it's turning them into this extra damage first, and we have these damages happening. But then your 100% lightning only adds 100. Correct. Yes, it would cause, that would happen after. That would happen after because it's only affecting the lightning. That's the conditional part of it. Yes, so now this adds like 100 damage. Yeah. Oops, it's a percentage. I don't know why. Yeah. Correct. So your total is whatever this plus this plus this plus this plus this. 431. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So here is where my argument where gain is not a conversion. Correct. It is not. So now you can see why the scepter is not 53% more damage. Really what the scepter is this minus 106. This was our damage. So now really what the scepter is this minus this divided by this. The scepter is really 32.6% more damage. Is that what I'm reading here, Ripta? Is that the correct calculation there? Fantastic. See, I know I just need to know the order. I know math. I can do math. I'm good at math. I just didn't know how that was work. Okay. So that's how the scepter's working. Okay, so here's the counter argument. I'm not going to say counter. I'm going to say here's the thing that's questionable. Last spark then added wand for 30% damage, 80% damage, now a 30% increase. Changed wand to add another 30% damage as gold. Spark damage went to 98.9, which is another 30%. Yeah, McKay's play, that's interesting, because that's how I thought it was working too. But it's not. I just did it in Path of Builder. So, yeah, it's 61.9. Then you had 80.4. Then 98.9. So what's the separation between these? They're the same? Interesting. So it's additive. Well, okay, so this is an interesting one. Is it gain damage? Okay. First. Yes, the math is the same we're using. Yes, it's the same math we're using. It is. Here's the difference. McKay, right? The difference here is that it's not as simple as that, because when you look at gain damage as, I think my scepter has it. Yeah, okay. So you see how it says gain 55% of damage. This part right here. Gain of damage. This first part is really, really important. This is the most important part, right? It's saying that you're gaining damage as, right? So because you're gaining damage as, so they are additive. They are additive with each other. Okay, TLDR, basically, like we just learned here, is actually they are additive. They are additive. Yes. Okay, so really, like, gain damage as if you had 100 damage, really the way it's working is that, like, it's 30% of this, 30% of this, and 30% of this. And it's 3 separate instances of that happening that are attaching itself to the main. So really, it's 3 instances of the 30 that are attaching themselves to the main, which means now it's doing 190 damage. Yeah, okay. So that's what's happening. So we were kind of in the realm. We weren't exactly correct. Ripta was like, hold on, there's one more extra step to this. Got it. Okay. So it does not multiply across itself. That is not what's happening. Definitely not what's happening, for sure. So it is actually literally just adding to itself each time. Which means that if you have a very low amount of increased spell damage in your build, then gaining damage is going to be not good for you. Added damage will be much more powerful for you than gain damage, which goes back to our original argument that we had. Okay. So this is all calculated before the next step, which is this. So really the steps are flipped. It's this. Like, it's gain, and then we have, like, your base damage. Okay? It's basically this. Gain damages are not multiplying across on top of each other. They're just applying to the main damage of the spell. But if the spell has split damage and it's doing different damage types, and you have things like this, like climate change, where gain 25% of cold damage is extra fire damage, this is only going to affect things that deal cold damage. It's only going to affect things that deal cold damage. This right here, this only affects things that deal cold damage. AKA, it does not affect arc. But I have a counter argument to this later. I will talk about it here in a second, but I actually think this does affect arc. So gain damage acts as adding to the base damage. Yes. It adds to the base damage, and then the base damage gets multiplied. Well, no, and yes and no. Yes and no. No, no, I don't want to say that. If we're no. I'm not. No, it does not add to the base damage. Stop. Because base damage is weird. Base damage can be multiple things. Like, for instance, our cold infused spark. Or, let's do comet. That's a great example. Let's use comet. Let's use a fire infused comet. Right? Fire infused comet is a great example here. Okay. So if we have a fire infused comet, and let's say we'll make it easy, it's split into, we'll make it easier. It's split into 50-50, right? It does 50 cold damage, and it does 50 fire damage. Now we can argue that our base damage is 100, right? We can make that argument, but really what's happening is that under the hood is actually 50 damage of it is cold and 50 damage of it is fire. Okay, that's what's happening. Now, if you have something that is gain, and it's in this damage, that part, as, and then X%, like whatever, right? This part right here, this is the really important part of the statement. This first line right here, this gain damage. This damage is going to affect both of these because they're both forms of damage, right? So if we gain damage as 30% whatever else, right? So let's say that, in this scenario, let's say that it's as lightning damage. This is a great example. As 50% lightning damage. Okay, so we gain damage as 50% lightning damage. It's going to affect both of these. So what we have to do is, I'll actually take this and pull it up here. We have to create a separate damage instance because it's important, right? So it's going to be 50% of that value and 50% of that value, which means that you have 25 that's going to be lightning damage and 25 that's going to be lightning damage. So now what happens is that the base damage of the spell now turns into 50, 50, 50, where 50 of it is cold, 50 of it is fire, 50 of it is lightning. This is important. You have to do this order correctly because the order of things actually does make a difference here. All right. Okay. So now we have these different things. Now let's say in our build, we have ourselves something like 100% cold damage. This 100% cold damage is only going to apply here. So we get 100 here, 50 here, 50 here. It could also be 100% lightning damage. And it will only affect this one. Do you see what I'm saying? So this gain damage is that part, right? Now, let's imagine that we go back. Okay, we're going to go back a step. And we're going to say gain 50% cold damage as 50% lightning damage. This is really important. If the statement says gain 50% cold damage, now because it's not just damage, it no longer affects this. It only affects the cold damage portion. So now, that's gone. If you're gaining damage as 50% cold damage, it's just this one. And so now what happens is you only have 25. And now if you had the same thing where it was 100% lightning damage, it's going to turn this to 50 rather than 100. This is why the gain damage, like where is it, what's the first part of this statement is important. So you're gaining this first portion of the base damage, which is affecting here as this damage. So this is what it's affecting. This is what it's turning it into. So that's important. That's really important. Now, for our scenario of why are the increased additive damage staffs going for so much more than gain damage staffs? Well, the reason being is that when you look up here, in terms of your additive damage, in terms of like what you could do in terms of additive damage, well, what's really happening, unfortunately, is that like people just don't have a lot of additive damage in their build. And so what happens here is that you have your gain, the gain damage is affecting all damage. So we don't necessarily need to worry about that. It literally affects everything and it's adding damage. And then the additive damage that the people are running in their build, like in my build, I understand that like lightning damage, right? I don't have anything in my build that only affects lightning damage. Every single thing I have in my build is increased elemental damage or increased spell damage. Every single thing is either elemental damage or spell damage. And all of my spells, all of my damage sources are elemental or spell. So gaining damage, like when you say gain damage as another source of damage, being fire, cold, or lightning, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just going to affect everything. It's going to affect everything because elemental does that. But the thing is that the gain as fire damage is only going to affect, like, it gains the fire damage, but then my elemental damage affects everything, so it's affecting everything under a blanket, right? Now, if you had something like this, where it's like increased lightning damage, we're under a different pretense here. It creates a different scenario, right? But for the version that people are running, that's not what's happening. They're not gaining... They're running the same thing I'm doing, where they're not, like, running a specific element. They're running everything else. So let's say that they have 0% gain damage in the build. How does Vertex Max help with your damage? It increases my skills by a factor of 4, dude. It gives me 4 to all skills. All right. So what we have here is our 100 base damage, added damage, CHC, CHD. Okay, cool. So we have 2 options here, right? Let's imagine that we have a staff that can give us 300% increased additive damage, because the prefixes on a staff, right? If we look at let's go actually go and take a look at prefixes on a staff. Okay. So a T1 staff can do 238%. So we'll just call it, like, what, average 220? So we got a 220 there. And then you can also have another increased spell damage on this one. Oh, that's spell physical damage. We don't want physical damage. Then we have this one, which is a split, right? And we'll go with a split for a T1, and we'll say this is like what, 94? We'll say 94. Okay. And then you can choose a gain. We would want a gain. You could also do increased damage. I think some people might choose that, but I think we could actually do, like, both. I think both versions. So let's go ahead and do an increased cold damage, right? So a T1 increased cold damage would be the same. We'll say like 220. Or you could just gain damage as any element. So we'll say, I don't know, as cold damage. Doesn't matter. And T1 can get up to 55 to 60. That's really powerful. So we'll say, like, I don't know, 55%. Or 50. We'll just say 58%. Right? We're just kind of going in the mid. Isn't the damage formula on the internet? Yes, I get that, but it's not about that. Like, I don't want people to just be like, oh, just put in the numbers and just look for the biggest one, and it's like, that's the one you want to go with. Like, I don't want that. I want people to understand. Like, I also want to understand. I want to understand why is it happening that way. I don't want to be like, oh, well, just put it into a calculator, and whatever the biggest one is, that's the biggest one you want to go with. I don't want that. I want to understand why it's happening that way. Why does that make sense? Right? I don't want to just, like, put it into a calculator and just be like, oh, well, that's the one I'm going to go with. I want to be like, okay, but I want to understand why that's happening that way. And maybe that's just a difference in me. Maybe other people just don't give a shit about that. That's totally fine. Keep doing what you're doing. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. You're saving time. But for me, I'm sitting here like, no. I want to see what's going on underneath the hood. I want to understand why it's happening that way. Why are people choosing it that way? Okay. So we'll take this whole thing. They do explain it. It's just a very complicated game. That's all. All right. So these are our prefixes. All right. So we got spell, hybrid, and cold, or fire. You can do fire too, but I would go with cold. Just because you don't know if every single comet is going to be, like, you don't know if every single comet. So I'm going to assume that, like, everything's based on comet, right? We want comet to be the thing that's doing damage. And we know that comet, if it was doing 100 base and it was fire infused, 50, it's going to be 50-50, right? We know this. We know this for sure, that it's going to be 50-50. It's going to be split, all right? So now what we have to do is we actually have to create, I know funny enough, we actually have to create 2 instances of the base damage of the comet. We have the cold damage and we have the fire damage of the comet. All right. And then what happens is we have to create, like, what the additive damage is going to multiply versus what the CHD is going to multiply, right? So we have to create multiple instances of this, and then from this we can actually like talk about why people are choosing what they're choosing. And I like to do this math. This is something I like to do. So we're going to take like 10 minutes and figure this out. This is why people are doing what they're doing. Okay, so let's say that we have 220 spell and the hybrid. I think that pretty much everyone could go for this. They could also just go for 220 spell, 220 cold, and then go for the increase. There's just like a bunch of combinations that we could do here. But let's just go for full increased spell damage versus full gain damage first. Let's just do that first, all right? So if we did full gain damage, it's going to be this times 3. All right. That's going to be 174%. All right. So this is a 2.74 multiplier. All right. And then they have, we'll say 100% additive in their build. That's a 2. And then we have the 7. And then both of these together is 100. So if we run all of these together to multiply, this is how much damage our comet is going to deal. Okay, cool. Lightning went to Sedent. Then I removed Wand and added Painter's Servant that has max gain 10% elemental damage as cold, fire, and Ellie. Each comet went to 902. It worked the same way as gain damage does. Okay, cool. Max damage works as gained. Interesting. And all you have is gained as. It's very simple as when all you have is gained as. Correct. So now we're going to create the next scenario, which is we're going to do all of the spell damage, which is going to be this plus this plus this. 534% is a 6.34 multiplier. Okay. So we have our 100. Now the thing is that this spell damage is going to affect this, both of them. It's going to affect both, okay? So we have to create like this separate thing that's getting multiplied because additive damage is only going to be applied to some of them. So like, for instance, this and this are going to be affected to the fire, and this is going to be affected to the cold. So this is a 4.14 multiplier. Okay. So equals the cold damage times that equals the fire damage times that. Okay? That's damage. Now we add them together. That's the total damage. Then we have our CHD multiplier. Okay. In this scenario, pure additive damage. Oh, and then we also have the additive damage here. Oops, I forgot about the additive damage in the actual build. Hold on. I did this wrong. This is 634 and this is 414. So this is a 7.34 and this is a 5.14. So if you take the cold damage and you multiply it here, and then you take the fire damage and you multiply it there, then you add them together, then you multiply them by 7. Okay. So in this scenario, the pure increased spell damage does do better than the gain damage. So now the question is what if you did this, but then you mixed it with one of the gain damages? Okay. This is where things get kind of funky because gain damage happens before additive damage. So we'll put this here. We have a 58%. And we'll say it's 58% as whatever because they're all spells. We're going to replace the cold. Okay, we'll take the cold out. It could change if you had just cold, but we'll just go with both spells and cold. That's the way it makes the additive easy. So we have this. And then the additive damage that we have is bonus. It's going to be 414%. And then we have the 7 from here because we know that the crit damage multiplier is going to be there. All right. So we need to do the gain damage first. So it would be this times 1.58. That times 1.58. The total is both of them added together. This becomes a 5.14 multiplier. That's a 7 multiplier. So now the total damage equals this times this times this. And that's your best. So this is why double increased modifiers plus that are really good. Then what we can do is the final one is what if we do 1 spell damage and 2 gains? Spec into different increased cold fire and lightning damage nodes on tree, and it will change. Yes, it definitely changes. It definitely changes when you do that. But on the tree, we're specifically choosing just elemental damage or spell damage because we don't want that to be the problem. That's the thing. That's the reason why we chose elemental damage and spell damage flat. We don't choose specifically lightning damage or cold damage or something like that because we're dealing damage with multiple elements and we want the additive damage to affect everything. We don't want it to affect one or the other. We want it to affect everything. And specifically to not get through this. So now the last option that I would do is what if we did an increased spell damage and then we did a double? Okay, so if you did a double, it would be 2 58%ers, which is just 58 plus 58. 116%, which is just a 2.16 multiplier. Okay, so we're going to do the exact same situation here. 116%. Times 2.16. Then we put this here. Now we have this, which is going to be just a 220. So 220 plus 100 would be 320, which is a 4.2 multiplier. So we have 420%. Or sorry, it would be 320%, which would be a 4.2 multiplier. And then we have the 7. And that's your biggest bang. There it is. So double gain damage and spell damage T1. So double gain T1 and spell damage T1 is going to be the biggest bang for your buck when it has to do with comet multiplication. If everything in your build is running around the additive damage. And if you do triple gain, I don't think that's going to be the best bang for your buck. I think we did that up here. Yeah. So this was the triple gain. This was the pure, so this was the triple gain. This was the pure spell damage. This was 1 gain, 2 spell. This was 2 gain, 1 spell. And you can see just how drastic this is. So this is the best combination right here is double gain, 1 spell for your staff. That's the best thing. I can guarantee that if you look up right now, triple gains might be cheap, but a double gain and a single increased damage is the best. I guarantee it. Guarantee that's what's happening. Double check that for me. Ripta, did my math sound right? Does that like sound correct as to like why that's like the best going for the staffs? Exactly, but not spell. It's specifically spell, not lightning and cold damage. Spell damage. You need spell damage. Yes, math is mathing this time. Fantastic. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go. All right, I got 3 big fucking math cats in here that are telling me, yes, that's exactly what goes on. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. I really appreciate being notified on this because, yes, as a content creator, I try to teach people things, but this game is really complicated, and I really, really, really hate and beat myself up when I teach people wrong shit. So though I sound frustrated because I'm trying to learn this and understand it, when you guys come in here and you correct me and I actually learn the correct thing, you have no idea how thankful I am to you because that means that I'm giving people the right information. I'm not misleading people. I hate misleading people, dude. It makes me feel like a piece of shit. So thank you. Awesome. Good, good, good. Number 1, double game plus spell. Cool. So from the math that I did, so that's why, right? I didn't just put it in. It's like, oh, this is the best damage. That's why it's the best. It's the best damage. So that's why it's the best. It's like, well, why is it the best damage? And then when we ran it across the calculations, it's like, this is why it's the best damage because the coefficients that are actually shifting in one direction or another are adding up to be the biggest average gain in terms of the coefficient multiplication. Fantastic. Now we understand what's going on. Now I know why that's the best. And when I go to build things or do things in the future, I can understand why that's the best. So not only like just because here's the thing, is double gain single increased damage the best in every scenario? No, it's the best in this scenario. And why is it the best in this scenario? Because we understand what's going on underneath the hood.
So when you're using Path the Builder and you're just trying to like put in all these different things, if you intuitively understand the math and understand what's going on, you don't need to sit there and look at Path the Builder to figure it out. You can be like, I know this is the best based on the fact that I understand what the fuck is going on underneath the hood. I can save a lot of time by just knowing that. That's the reason why I like to understand what's going on underneath the hood. Does triple gain get stronger if you already have sources of increased damage? You see? Do you see? Do you see why I do this? Mr. Chris. I think that's how you pronounce it. Chris. Anyways, you. Yes. This is why we do those calculations and we understand what's going on underneath the hood. Because now let's imagine the separate scenario. Let's imagine that we don't. Let's imagine that we are our version of the build, right? Where we have 250% crit hit damage. We're at our 100% CHD, but our build, because what we're doing is we actually have like 500% additive damage, right? Because that's how we're playing. We're not playing for crit hit damage. We're playing for additive damage. If you look at our build, right? Look at all this added damage that we got. We got added damage here, added damage here, added damage here. We got all this added damage that's going on here. We have added damage fucking everywhere. So now we have like 500% added damage. So now running the same calculations back and doing it over, I guarantee you that if we were to run this calculation like of what is the best versus. So let's do the same thing, right? Let's say it was two of these. Right, 50 base damage, we get the increased spell damage, and now it's additive. Well, the additive damage is going to be the 220 on top of this, which would make it 720%. Okay, so 720% would now make this a, what, 8.2 multiplier? Okay, and this is not 7. This is not 7. This is 3.5. Okay, so there's that version. Now let's go for the actual triple gain damage, which we know is this. So it's a 2.74 multiplier. So we'll just take this one up here because it's already written. And then we have the 500%, which is going to be a 6. And then this one is going to be a 3.5. Let's see here. It's not that one. Is it this one? Hold on. This times what? What's it doing? I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. So it's going to equal... It'll just equal 100 times, what, the 2.74 multiplier? Oh, it's just 100. 100 times the 2 point... Yeah, there it is. Bam, 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 across. So in this scenario, actually, yeah, still double gain with the increased spell damage would still be better. Even with 500% added damage, it's still better. Which is pretty wild. That's pretty crazy. Yeah. Unless this is done incorrectly. Let me try something real quick. I want to do it over here correctly. So equals this times 2 points. I don't think it is. I think it's done completely correctly. But I'm going to try one more thing just in case. This plus this. 274. Yeah. Yeah. The double gain single increase damage is still the best. But you can see how the gap is closer than it was. Right? Because of the amount of added damage that we have on our build. All right. Let's see here. Man, all those are poopy. There's some in here that are good. I'm gonna have to take a look at.
Have you found more of what we seek? Goodbye.
Oh boy. We need to start picking up waystones. I think I have myself set up for waystones too. Yeah, I'm on a waystone build. It also matters how much increase you have because T5 doesn't matter. Yeah, that's why I'm going for T1s. I was just comparing T1s to T1s. Well, that was fun. I almost led you guys into the wrong direction, but we corrected. Thank you, Ripta. You are very much appreciated. Did you play Path of Exile 1, Ripta? Because you said, like, when we first started playing Diablo 4, and we were doing, like, Necromancer stuff, you said that, I think you said that you were playing Path of Exile 1, and you're just like, the calculations in this game are fucking kindergarten compared to Path of Exile. So I'm wondering if you've already had like years of experience doing like calculations in Path of Exile. What's the tea that's going on between Ripta and McKay plays? Are we like discussing the difference between maximum damage and gain damage? There's no way they're the same, because if they were the same, then they'd just be worded the same. That wouldn't make sense from like a dev point of view, right? Like if you were if we were just thinking at like the most basic form of being a developer, why would you have two things that do the exact same thing worded two different ways? That's kind of weird, right? Is not different from lightning damage gained as X. Well, it has to be, because otherwise, why would you formulate it in two different sentences? Wouldn't you just say? Wouldn't it be easier as a developer to just say both of them just say gain damage as, rather than be one is like maximum damage and the other one is like gain damage as? That seems weird. I don't know. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying you're right. I'm just saying, like, from like the most commonsensical point of view from being a developer, if you have two things that are two different senses saying one's maximum, one's gained as, that means somewhere along the line they have to interact with something differently. I don't know where along the line that is, but I feel like somewhere along the line they have to interact differently.
Didn't break a sweat. I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
What do you think of Undying Hate Jewel? I think I have one, actually. Oh, I have Heart of the Well. Undying Hate, I don't know.
I need more time.
I have to look at it.
I need more time.
Alright, so technically I'm just supposed to leave, but I kind of need waystones. So until I find a waystone to replace this one, I can't really leave.
I can't do that yet. I need more time.
From the Path of Builder testing, they're acting the same on the comet damage. I'm not talking about later steps with crit damage or crit hit or other multipliers. Yeah, I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying, but I think that what Ripta is trying to say is, though they're acting the same within the vacuum of space that you're creating, that vacuum of space isn't practical because we do have crit damage and we do have crit and we do have other things that are happening. And so, like, we can't say necessarily that maximum damage and gain damage are working the same when if later down the line they do interact with crit or cast speed or something differently, because if they interact differently somewhere down the line and our build is utilizing those things further down the line, then they aren't the same. You just said we're trying to understand the basics before we get into further calculations. Okay. Yes. I did. But once we understand the basics, then we do need to get into further calculations, right? So what is the difference further down the line between gain damage and maximum damage? So now, taking what you're saying, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, okay, the basics, yes, you may correct on. Now, let's take it to the next step. Based on that, further down the line, how do they differentiate? I think maximum is something like this. Maximum lightning damage. Like pure power. Which we don't run, but I think that's where he's getting it from. How do you scale damage on this build? Oh, God. That's hilarious. How do you scale damage on this build after we just talked for an hour on how to scale damage with this build? We just went through the fucking Excel. Guy cheers in chat. Yo, how do you scale damage with this build? I would go if you're not subbed to me, I would just go onto YouTube and just rewind it. Like, we literally talked about everything on how to scale damage with the build. That's too funny. All right, guys, do we want to see if I can just kill this guy in one hit? We're going to see if I can kill him in one hit. Here we go. Oh, I wasn't... Oh, hold on. Oh, well, I kind of did. I wasn't cold infused. I wasn't cold infused. But after I hit him with a frost bomb, it killed him. Somehow the frost bomb actually killed him. That's hilarious. He's only comparing wand to gloves. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Did that boss really not drop any like waystones? That's crazy. Alright. This boss, no sigil of power. Oops, I think I did that wrong. Hold on. There we go. Alright, no sigil of power. We're just going to walk up to the boss and see if we can kill him with one mana tempest spark. Here we go. Nope. Oh well, I tried. Oh, I died. Oh, wow. Why does he have so much health? That boy had like 25 million HP. Must have gotten double corrupted. Must have had like fucking 150% HP or something. Didn't expect that one. I was cold infused. I was definitely cold infused. So you're running Rockiata on Spark now? I am. And the reason being is because of this stupid scepter. Turns out Spark just being able to invert resistances of everything is pretty sick. Does quality on Adonia's wand matter? Yes, it does. It does matter. How much crit chance do I have? 78% on the Spark. What does quality do on Adonia's? Good question. Quality on Adonia's gives you more elemental damage per power charge. All right, let's try this again. Oh my god, dude, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. We're done. We're done doing test. Just lost so much XP. Fuck this, I'm done. I've learned my lesson. When everything's double corrupted, that means everything does giga damage. So if you give anything a moment to attack you to try like test damage, you're dead. Don't even try it. Just go. That's just his first attack. His attack is kind of skilled like the Quadra, the what's it called, the Quadrazilla's attack with the big like stone pillar or whatever. If you get hit by it, you just die, and I always forget about it. Dog. There you go. Yeah, don't even fuck with it. Just kill the boss. That was through the DR too. Feels good. Let's see if I can get one more like waste down. Cool.
I need more time.
Seems like no quality wand but 2 sockets gives me 4.2 mil DPS, while quality with 1 socket is 3.1 mil DPS. 2 sockets 0% quality seems to be better than one with 20% quality. That is absolutely false. It means there's something you're doing wrong with the build. That is false AF. Yeah, a 2-socket Adonia's is like, you can put increased damage on it, but that's about it. But that won't amount to you being able to do 25% multiplicative more damage. What that means is it's probably giving an extra power charge, while the one that with the... So, like, you probably had one that was an Adonia's that had one socket, but had, like, -1 power charges on it. And then you had one that was a 2-socket, but had +1 power charges on it. And because of that, you were actually gaining more power charges, and that's why it was giving you more damage or something like that. Something along those lines. Both in-game and POB up with 2 sockets, no quality. I mean, there's something else between the two. Like, you're looking at the Adonias, it's like, well, I have a 1 socket, but it has 4 dispels, or a 2 socket, 3 dispels, or maybe it's the mana, or maybe it's the increased cast speed. Are you talking about the increased cast speed? Maybe one has increased cast speed, maybe one has more maximum power charges. Like, there's something else going on there, bro. Like, the fact that it literally has more sockets means it does more damage. It's completely bullshit. Like, a socket does not just magically add 25% multiplicative damage to your build. There's definitely something else going on.
I can't do that yet.
Come on, come on. There you go. I did get the vertex. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, god damn it. I don't think there's any way I'm gonna... I gotta try. I just gotta try. Come on. Come on, I just gotta try. If I can get out of it, I can get out of it. If I can't, I can't. No, damn. I had to try. Damn. Not enough density fucked me. Can I link you the wands in game? Sure. Infused Otter is my name.
Thank you. Bye, Garupan. Not yet. Oh, it's done.
Okay. Yeah, because you have the gain damage as extra damage, and this one has 22% increased critical hit chance. It's your fucking enchants, bro. It's this part right here. The gain damage as extra damage of all elements, and this one. Versus the increased critical hit damage for spells. That's why. It's nothing to do with the sockets. The sockets themselves, it has to do with what they're socketed with, or what they're enchanted with. But not the actual sockets. The sockets themselves don't do anything. This has changed the way I'll try to build Sorcs from now on. I'm not going to be choosing with Wand and Scepter, double center. What about the unset ring to get conflicts to run together? I have enough spirit, of course. I'm actually thinking about doing that because I have enough damage. I would love to run elemental conflicts because it's literally just an absolutely insane amount of damage. I'm actually thinking about literally buying an unset ring just to do that. The problem is that if I want to do that, I have to give up Blink. That's the only thing I have against it, is that I have to give up Blink in order to do it. Which I could just do right now. If I have an unset ring, I can't run Blink and Elemental Conflicts. I can't do both together. I don't have enough spirit. So that would be the downside of that one. Yeah, I love Blink. I'm a big fan of Blink, but others aren't. Other people don't like Blink, but I'm a big fan of Blink. I love it.
Not yet.
I think Trial Second is rivaling Temple and Diff per hour. At the moment, you get 50 des per 5-man carry. On top of that, you can get Temporalis and pretty often Alliance Relics and stuff. Blah 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 blah. Pretty fun. Yeah, I bet, but you need Temporalis. You need Temporalis in order to make it like worth it. And Temporalis is worth like a mirror. It's a lot. And if you run Temporalis, then you have to run the Eldritch Battery variant, which requires other things that you have to run in your gear and blah, 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 blah. There's other things you have to do in order to make that work. Temporalis is 3 mirrors, yeah. Yeah. Pretty ridiculous. Pretty big. Okay, so from here, we definitely need to reroll. Oh, got my altar. Oh, bless. And I have that. And then I can put down... Okay, I want to put down the smithy there. I'll put the dynamo there. We'll sacrifice that room. We could do that. We'll do this. Upgrade that to level 3. Alright. Connecting the chains doesn't do anything. It's fine. Because it can't delete this without, like, it has to delete all this. I just like guaranteed profits. Yeah, for sure. On a few omens of light, but it could be really good. Well, this is pretty much a guaranteed profit. Finally got my fucking altar, and I have protection for it too. That feels really good.
The temple reshapes itself again.
Don't need an armory for a while. I might need that. I'm gonna pick up all these waystones because I need them.
I need more time.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, I can start to feel the effect in this. The monsters have pretty good effect in this one. They're at like 550% right now. 300 plus 200. Oh, they're almost at like 600% increased effectiveness. Okay. Honestly, yeah, I'm feeling it. How's my temple coming along so far? I think it's coming pretty good. Finally was able to get an altar and protect it, which feels nice. I just need to get a Jaquakles now. The guys, by the way, I was about to quit the game until I stumbled across your build and having fun once again. Nice. What's your big goal in the game? Probably building a whole temple, but anything else? Yeah, building a whole temple, getting a Rosh to build up. I want to get a disciple of Rosh to build up. I want to learn how to craft, like, really big items, learn how crafting works. There's a lot to do still in the season. Like, I don't even think I'm halfway done, to be honest. I want to actually learn the damn game. Oh, I got it. Fuck yeah. Chukaki, sweet. How'd you get your comet to crit like that? Big crits. More crit damage means more crit energy gained. So the more damage you do, the more energy you get. Sweet. Okay. We're gonna need to lock that. I can't lock this one because I don't have a guaranteed one to lock this, and this is by far the most important part of the chain right now. So we just have to delete, and we just have to only delete those one. What? Oh my god. Oh, that sucks. Well, that's rough. I just bricked my whole fucking temple because I thought that, like, it wouldn't do that. So if you connect right here, it bricks the whole temple. Damn. It bricked all my spy masters too. Yep. Damn. Damn, that sucks. Well, we got to rebuild it. Fuck. I mean, I did see that, but I didn't know that that's what it did because I thought that it couldn't delete this part of the chain. It couldn't delete this part of the chain. I didn't know. That's unfortunate. Yeah, my whole temple's dead. Damn. That sucks, man. Because now I don't have any access to this, at least to protect the chain here. Which means the whole temple, the whole thing is just gonna die. The whole thing just got fucking bricked. Yeah, I didn't know that that's what would happen. That sucks. Oof. Well. Damn. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, the smithy. That was the smithy. It was right here. Damn. Well. What can you do, you know? You learn. Fuck, that sucks, bro. Well, we rebuild. It's the only thing we can do. It happens. It's okay. It's a game, dude. So why can't I run the temple? Is there a way that I can connect these? I can if I had like a little forge, but yeah, I'm not going to have access to this for a bit. Time for a new character? Nah. Nah. New character wouldn't do anything. Yeah, it happens. It happens, guys. It's not that big of a... I just don't understand why I can't, like... place anything. The problem is we can't put any commanders in this chain. And the only thing is, the only way we can save this, the only way you can save this is we have to brick this part. Which means we have to brick this whole chain part. We have to protect this chain, and we have to brick this. Fuck. But I don't understand why I can't 6 energize this crystal. I'm like, I don't... Am I fucking dumb? Okay, hold on. That sucks, man. Damn. Well, there's a big problem with the chain right now. That smithy at the very beginning means that that whole chain part needs to get deleted. It needs to basically wipe my whole fucking... It needs to wipe basically everything. It sucks, but that's just basically the way... Like, the whole fucking temple is gonna get wiped. The entire temple is gonna get wiped. It's okay. Alright. Alright, no fuck around time. We just fucking run them and go, dude. It's gonna take some time, but we'll get it. I know what I need to do. I know how to build it. We just go. It's fine. That sucks. Nothing you can do. I think Thubgun, like, bricked his fucking temple super hard, too. Like, super fucking hard. He had to, like, restart the whole goddamn thing. Does this build work without Adonias? No. It does not. It's not more damage, and it doesn't matter. That line doesn't matter. Why do I need to place a room? I am so confused. Why do I need to place a room? Huh. Okay, whatever. So, I'll run this chain and I'll run up here, see if we can get Gelatlis. If we can, cool. The whole thing is we need to protect this chain. This chain needs to be protected, but like until I get a Spy Masters right here, there's just nothing I can do, bro. Like you got to get a Spy Masters here. Like these pieces, I don't know if they're going to delete. And if they do, then like fuck. But at least I have the whole thing right here, bro. I got the whole setup right here. So I know what I'm building. But it'll be all right. We'll get it up. We'll get up and running again. It'll be fine. The only thing I'm running it for is just to see if I can get a lucky Gelatlis. That's it. That's all. That's all I'm running.
Without
Didn't break a sweat. I need more time.
I don't know. I'll take that because I'm going to have to protect things. But I'm pretty sure the whole fucking temple is just going to get cooked. I think everyone's had this experience where they've bricked their temple and they're like, all right, well, that's never going to happen again. No, because you're getting the charges on your second weapon set, not your main weapon set, so it doesn't matter. But once you switch over, it doesn't apply? Yes, correct. It does not apply it once you switch over. Do I want to run up? I do. And I can't believe that Smithy fucked me. Oh well.
a building that's like it stands. I need more time.
The thing is, the only way I can fix this is if it smashes all this part out. So, like, the whole Holly offering and everything needs to get smashed out. There were issues with my setup, though, so I don't know. This might be a blessing in disguise because my setup was kind of fucked up.
Not yet.
Alright, let me see something. I think I just follow my friend's layout. Yeah, because my friend's layout only had 3 that was missing, and I think I just follow that layout. So I'm going to take this. And follow this link. Do I just, like, literally reset the entire temple? Is that what I'm doing? Am I just resetting my entire temple and rebuilding it? Because his is built very specifically to this. I guess it's going to be a 1 out of 2. Like, if I can protect this chain, I can protect the chain. If I can get, like, the Spy Masters fast, then cool. But if not, whatever. We're going to see how this deletes. Yeah, so it does delete these as well. It will just delete these rooms. But I got the Spy Masters. That's good. It literally has to delete this entire chain, and we have to hope it doesn't delete this chain. Fuck, that's crazy. Yeah, I gotta get up to it, Siri. I don't have anything that can connect. Yeah, this is literally like we do the Spy Masters and we try to protect this chain right here because this is the thing that's kind of like keeping it up and running. And we just have to pray that it like starts backling this line. Nah, and we have to protect this chain actually. Yeah, this is just fucked. Just everything's just fucked.
The temple reshapes itself again.
It's like everything is just super giga fucked.
Didn't break a sweat.
Oh, there's a Spy Master. That's really good.
I can't do that yet.
I gotta also get up to the Architect to delete more rooms.
I need more time. I can't do that.
Read the patch notes. What about the patch notes?
I can't do that yet.
Nothing really. It just made it set the meta gym didn't count as one. That's all. No, it was a buff. I don't want to place another one, even though like it will upgrade this one, because I don't know if it's going to delete this one. That's a big risk. I think it's still worth it though. Like if I place it and it eats it and we start like building this back up, I think that's actually the play. It's the only thing we can do. Oh, I actually need to go do the Spy Masters. Hold on, I need to actually go do it first. Hold on.
Vile trickery without end.
But I think it needs to be like you walk in, the room gets completed. It doesn't just suck it up. I'll have to find out. We'll find out here. Okay, Alchemy Lab's good. It's bad. It all got fucked. Do you think the 7 skills in the skill effect duration are worth it if they don't do anything for your Arc and Comet? What? I don't know what you're trying to say. If I put this here, I need to actually go walk there. So I need to put this here and then I need to go walk in there. Yeah, it's okay.
Again, the architecture is rearranged.
Yeah, I made a mistake and I made a boo-boo. I made a big boo-boo. Huh? Am I not in the correct room? What just happened? No, it's gonna eat my other one. I don't know what's gonna happen. We're gonna find out. For some reason I can't. Unless, wait, hold on. Yeah, so now I'm here. So now if I go up here, the chain is ended. This is weird. I don't know what's going on. That's fucking... whatever. We just have to close temple. It didn't suck it up. Ah, it's so lame. God damn it. Whatever. It's something that can give me an extra... like, Duality's being level 2 right there might help. We'll see. Because it could give me a chance at getting more. Galapagos goof. Yeah. I think, like, literally every big person has just, like, destroyed their fucking temple and just been like, oh my fucking god. And they have to rebuild the whole damn thing. But everyone I've talked to has been able to rebuild it. You know what I'm saying? Like, every single person is just like, oh yeah, I was able to rebuild the whole thing in, like, 2 days. I'm like, oh, okay, so, you know. It can't be that bad.
Victory is mine. I need more time.
Either this or dog shit maps, yeah, for real. think I already completed this map. I feel like something's off. It's showing me the elites. So if it's showing me the elites, it means it's showing me all the content. If it's showing me all the content and nothing's there, then it's whatever. You got Temporalis and 1,000 light increase builds. He do 3 blinks and Fine Temp will go next, yeah. Well, I'm not as fast as Fub, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out and have fun along the way.
Toxins. I need more time. Not yet.
What sources can we get increased cooldown recovery rate from, man? Okay.
I can't do that yet.
Helmet, ring, focus.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, because we need to find a better way of doing this. I have the interlude red pillar. I have that.
I can't do that yet.
Swap to light radius scepter for farming energy. I might. Because, like, I do so much damage, I don't need the scepter for this shit, you know? Alright. We're gonna make some adjustments.
Speak.
A step closer to legend.
I don't need that. So get that. And then it just needs to be a scepter. Okay. Guiding palm of the heart. Interesting. Guiding palm of the shrine. I like this. Purity of ice. 22 ints. And it gives me the freezing shrine. This is pretty dope. And you gain damage to extra cold damage. This is actually a pretty dope scepter, dude. I think I'm going to get this. This is pretty fucking dope. I think this is good. I like this. I like the fact that it gives me the purity of ice because then that means I can actually put in things that like give me the mysticism and shit. But then it also gives me the int, which is super fucking nice. And it gives me the spirit that I need. And it gives me the effect of the freezing shrine. That's pretty sick. I use Heart because it has Purity of Fire, like Sacred Flame for balancing resist. Yeah, this one has Purity of Ice, so you can do the same thing. And I already have so much fire resist, so it's like, it's perfect because my lowest resistance right now is cold. This fucking works. I'm getting it. It's mine. My cold resistance is the lowest. I'm getting it.
Gold in, gold out.
And now I have the resist there. Cool, and this also doesn't fuck with the elemental resistances based on their lowest resistance bullshit anymore. Which means, and I have the effect of the Cruising Shrine, which means that Rakiatas is now the play. Back into this. And I now have enough spirit to run this here. Which means that Delilah's can now be around here to give me more maximum damage. And now from here, I could run Fork if I wanted to. It's good for bossing too. It's good for everything. It's good for, there's just other things I can do. But it's really nice. I like it. Yeah, this is really good. I still have all of my stuff up. So now I just need to choose what the next skill I want on my Spark is going to be. And I think what I want is going to be either the Fork one or the Freeze one. So it's either going to be Freeze or it's going to be Fork. But if I always have the guided Freezing Shrine. Okay, Freezing Shards around you in a spiral when range. Okay, so it is going to be Freeze. It's going to be Freeze. I'm going to be putting this. Cool. All right. All right. Cool. So that gives me light radius. That'll help. Yeah. So then the other thing we could do is now we need a time loss jewel. But I don't know which one gives the increased light radius per notable. Or sorry, it's cooldown recovery. Notable passes and skill radius also grant increased notable. Yeah, that one. So it's not a ruby. It's not a diamond. It's not a sapphire. Oh, it's the spirit. The spirit's fucking it up. It's an emerald. All right, we're just gonna clear the sockets. We'll do this. Increase recovery. Notable. There we go. So it's an emerald. Small passive skills in radius also grant 2%. Increased elemental damage. That's pretty sick. I like that. Notables grant 3% increased cooldown recovery rate. I actually like the 2% increased elemental too. The small passes. It is quite a bit. I'm going to show you how we're going to do it. We're just going to go like giga fast, but I'm just looking at other things too. I'll look at other things here. Because 3% is the big one. You got a nice spot in mind for it? I do. I do have a nice spot in mind for it. I think the elemental damage and the recovery one is the one I want. It's right at the top, dude. It's this one right here. This is a fucking really good one, dude. Large radius with elemental damage and the increased cooldown recovery. Fuck you, I'm doing it. Even if it's 140 days, I don't care. I'm bored. All right. All right. And from here, I need the from nothing for chaos inoculation. Okay. So we're gonna lose some stuff, but it's okay.
What is it?
Inspiring.
Where I put my from nothing here. There we go. That's the one. I need this one though. No, I don't. Okay. Fuck it. We don't care. Oh, I have the wrong from nothing in. Hold on. There we go. Requirements not met. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, because I can't even get there. Okay, I see what's going on. So maybe we don't care about that from nothing. I can grab that. Ugh. I need to be at this guy. Hold on.
Inspiring.
That doesn't really do anything. Very interesting. So maybe this isn't the play. But then we have so many points. Where do I put them? This whole area is very nice. Reduced projectile speed is kind of oof. Being able to get another 3% increased cooldown recovery rate is pretty big. Yeah, I needed to get the cast speed one. The cast speed one's good. I just thought that this would be the location for it, but I don't think it is. I think this would be a better location for it. We get a lot of stuff, a lot of notables around this area. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I could get 6. If I put it here. Oh, I can't do that because I'm already holding on. Ah, I hate this shit. Irritates me. They gotta refund the dude. I don't
Realm of power.
think I'm gonna get more out of it, to be honest. Why can't I put the socket there? Oh god, it's so irritating. Thank you. You can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wanted to. Maybe that was the spot, just simply because I could get those extra 2 notables, but like at the same time, it's like, how many points do I have to invest to get those? Seems kind of stupid. So we're just saying, fuck the from nothing. And instead going for this. This does give a lot of spell damage. A lot. Like almost 57% increased spell damage. It requires an extra point. And then from here it's going, well... It's a very interesting way that we would do this. As well as grabbing this. We'd sacrifice basically all of these points. Or better yet, would sacrifice these points. To get access to here for all the notables. If I did, I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I get 6. Which is the same that I get over here. If I put that here, I get these 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe 7. But would that extra 7 be worth it? Compared... Because I have 5 points right now. But I have to how many points do I have to sacrifice? So if I do it to get 7 points, I'd have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 10 points to get 7. So I'll write that down. If I put it here, I would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 to get 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the other place is better. The other place is better. We had it right.
Yes?
A step closer to legend.
Yeah, I have it right here. Top left can get 18% CDR on part of the well as well. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. We could put it over here. I see what you're saying. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So, like, we do this instead. Okay, so hold on. Take that out, take that out, take that out. Put that here. God, why is this such a pain in the ass?
Go on.
A new realm of power.
Whatever, I'll do it later. Okay. We have one here. Would that count as one? It would not. Two, three, four. 3, 5, 7. Yeah, that'd be a real hard one to get to. Nah, we had it right. It was in the same spot. We had it right. We had it right. It was in the right spot. Okay. I need one more. In fact, I could actually get 3 out, and I could actually get even 2 more. I think I need that. What would I not need? I don't feel like I necessarily need the crit per se. Yeah, I'll just take out this.
Sehr schön.
Yes?
Inspiring.
We have more than enough crit, and especially with the fact that we're going to be generating increased energy, it doesn't matter, right? Because that's the whole point of the crit is to generate increased energy. But like, if we're generating increased, yeah, it works out. It's fine. Now what I need to do is this, and there, and bam, and there, like that. That's how I do it. So now this time lost jewel is giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 24% increased cooldown recovery.
Not yet.
Pretty good. That's pretty good blink recovery. Spirit reservation use time 1.12 seconds on the blink is pretty good. So now what happens if I take out the time lost rule? Where does it go to? 1.24. So I'm saving 0.12 seconds on the blink. I am also getting a lot of the increased elemental damage, though. Everything is giving me elemental damage here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 26% increased spell damage and 24% increased cooldown recovery rate. That's the way we have to run it if we're going for like super speed. Find out.
The element wants. Prepare for your blade. I can't do that yet. I need more time. Die for Docket.
Way faster. Holy shit. To get the mana test about, you need to stay in the cloud or just cast it and move on. You can cast it and move on because the effects of it remain for like 4 seconds after you leave it.
I need more time. I can't do that yet.
Well, hey, it's working out pretty well.
No mana. I need more time.
Pretty fast. I feel like it was definitely the move. You can definitely feel it. It feels weird how you can feel it, but you can feel it.
I can't do that yet. Docket. Damn, take you.
Works for me, coach. Oh, this has been attempted. Well, that's something. Yep. Hold on. 1 second, boys. Okay, back. Sorry.
Not yet.
Okay, seriously, this is actually so fun to just like teleport like every second. It's not as good as the actual temporalis, but like, hey, you know what?
I need more time.
Oh, thank you. Not yet.
Since you have the vertex mask now and lost the ES from the previous helmet, where else did you get the energy shield? I didn't. I lost the energy shield. I just lost it. I didn't gain it anywhere. I just literally lost it. And called it good.
I need more time.
I need more time.
I need more time.
Victory is mine. I can't do that yet.
Where's my damage? My damage has definitely dropped off. No, it hasn't. I don't know. That's weird. Rock Yadas should be inverting them, but something's going on. That is just the DR. I'm not sure what that inverted means. It means that it takes their positive resistances and literally flips it into a negative. It's pretty sick. It says they have 50%. Nope, they have negative 50%.
Let me teach you the power of the eternal insolence.
Oh yeah, never mind. My damage is fine. I don't know what happened, but my damage is totally fine.
Yes, my beloved.
All right, where'd it go? All right, got it. Did I go too far? I did go too far. It's this way.
I need more time. Need mana. I can't do that yet.
I love the speed of this. I like the speed of the... We went for the increased recovery rate. And, like, this thing is cruising, bro.
I can't do that yet. Not yet. This is fun. I can't do that yet.
Like, look how much ground we covered. And it's been 12 seconds. That's fucking awesome. I love it. I love it. You know what? It took us the unfortunate event of losing our... No. Oh, Overseer. That's what we need. Overseer. It took us the unfortunate event of losing our entire temple to learn this trick, but it's pretty cool. We'll rebuild the temple. It'll be okay. We're going to rebuild the temple. Everything's going to be fine. We'll be fine. I actually don't even need to do that because it already has the boss on it, so it'll just be empowered.
Not yet. I need more time.
Alright, we can go run the temple a couple times. Hopefully we get lucky. If we do, we do. We don't, don't. It is what it is.
I need more time.
Okay, we did get a Spy Masters. That's cool. But I feel like what's going to happen is that one's going to eat it. But it's better than nothing right now. Where's my picture? There you are. Until I get a garrison, it's just better than nothing. Because it needs to eat this whole chain. Which means I have to protect this chain, let this chain go, let this one get eaten. Oh yeah, dude. What happened? You don't want to know. It was so bad, Ripta. I connected it right here with the smithy, and it just blew up my whole fucking temple. My whole temple got blown up, so I have to redo the whole temple. It is unfortunate. We have to basically wipe the entire temple. Unless I want that one to be my chain now. But then I think that... Oh, okay, hold on. Unless I want this one to be my primary chain now, where I go up like this, come down, and then I make the rotation and come up like this around. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Kind of got to play it by ear.
I can't do that yet. Die forgotten. I can't do that yet.
Okay.
Go, thank you.
I need more time.
Because of the way Adzirius is worded, when you use supported skills, this is not a skill. That's why. It's a buff, not a skill. Don't need that.
I can't do that yet. Out of mana. Victory is mine.
Alright, that's that. Oh wait, I still need to do one more. I still need my other Spy Masters, which is right here. I don't know if that one's gonna get eaten. Find out. Yeah, it says the room is completed. So I don't know which one's gonna get eaten up. Yeah, they both did. But now I can put my Spy Master and my Garrison here. That's nice. I can do this and it just like, it extends this chain, which is super strong. The issue with extending this chain the way that I want to is that it means this chain goes all the way around like this and then it ends right here, and then this one comes up like this and keeps going around like this and spirals. That's what that means. 2% more crit chance? No, it's not. This sucks, bro. If I want this part of the chain to be saved, I need this part of the chain to be deleted. Man. We need to protect this part of the chain and let all this die. And parts of this part die, and part of this chain die too. In fact, we would literally need to just let this whole chain just die slowly as we rebuild this part of the chain. Fuck. All right, let me look at this copy. Yeah, I want to see. That's not a bad one. The one I have... Yeah, that's not a bad chain. The chain I have in theory only has, like... This is my friend's chain right now. This is the chain that my friend has going. Man, I think we actually have to wipe the whole fucking temple, boys. I think there's nothing we can do to save this temple. The more and more I think about this, the more and more I realize, like, actually, I think we just literally have to wipe it. Like, we just walk in, walk out. It deletes. And we just call it good. We go in, we try to get, like, these medals, and if we don't get them, we just walk out. I think that's actually what we have to do. We just have to restart the whole fucking temple. It's alright. With the speed that we're moving now, I don't think it's going to be that bad. We know what we're looking for. We know how to build the temple now. We know what we're doing. I think it won't take that long. I think it'll be alright. So we have to place a room now in order to run the temple. That's fine. Literally walk in, walk out, and just blow it up. Okay, cool. Just hold control and click. Okay, got you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I'm just gonna copy my friend's temple. Because my friend's temple is fucking giga huge. And he starts with a garrison and the spy master into this, and we pray for, and we know what to do in terms of like how we build the temple out. We know what to do. We know how to do it. So this is literally just a case of run in. Do you get a Jwatlis? Nope. Okay, walk out. And you just try to, if you get spy masters, you put the spy master down, and if you get the Jwatlis, you get Jwatlis. If you don't, you don't.
Vile trickery without end.
Die forgotten.
Okay, we didn't get it. Let me leave. That sucks because I need the guardhouse and the spy master for this. I wish this deleted, but it didn't. Or rip. Well, we can at least do this. We'll put that there. We'll go run that one. That way it upgrades the other one to 3. And if we get the medallions, we get the medallions. If we don't, we don't.
It's like the sands. I can't do that yet. Not yet. I need more time.
All right, didn't get it. We're out. Okay, so that one got upgraded, and now we just run more. This is our life. This is what we're gonna do. This is fun. We're having fun.
Victory is mine. I can't do that yet.
Every map. Let's just do every map like that.
I can't do that yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Didn't break a sweat. I need more time.
It will be very good, I promise you. You will feel good.
yet. I need more time.
Which question did you have? Just slammed a Val on the wand, got a +4 and forgot to add quality. Is this a big deal? It's not a big deal, but it's a deal. It's not the end of the world. This has been previously attempted? Yeah. Maps attempted. Okay. It's okay. This actually allows me to build a better temple because the temple that I wanted to build with like my own actually had like 5 spaces missing in it. So now I'll just copy my friend's temple. This gives me something to do. Look at me go. Make sure you move your architect to the right spot. That's not how that works. We don't really care where the architect is. There's a way to move. There's a way to modify that. We don't really care where the architect is. Because you don't have to complete the architect. The architect can literally just sit there. That's true. If it like sits on a corner, that's like super bad. Yeah. No, you're right. If he sits on like a corner, like I think what you're saying is like if he sits like if homeboy wants to, like instead of being right here, he's like right here where he links like all 3 of the rooms. Like that's bad. That's real bad. That's real fucking bad. But if he is in a bad spot, then all we do is complete him and then we just protect the room and then he shuts down everything and it doesn't really matter.
I can't do that yet.
30% crit. Damn, big vertex.
I can't do that yet.
Damn, I got the Spy Master again. That sucks. I actually need these 2 rooms to delete. It's so sad, but I actually need the whole fucking temple to just delete itself. Ugh. I'm pretty sure he's in a decent spot right now. Let me take a look. Yeah, I mean, he's in a really good spot right now. Like, he's not going to be in... That's a pretty fucking good spot, bro. That's a pretty good spot for the architect. I think we're good.
Again, the architecture is rearranged.
You challenge.
Damn, not the one I was looking for. Shut her down. Another Spy Master. That's cool. See, now I can do the depot and I can start like rebuilding the one that I had. But like, I don't want to do that. I want to use the one that my friend did. My friend is very specific and it was a very, very good temple layout. So we just run in, try it out. If it don't work, it don't work. We want it out. Fucking just keep deleting the whole thing.
Again, the architecture is rearranged.
The vow of many unseen.
Need mana. Didn't break a sweat.
Nice. Sweet. So we got one. Delete. There we go. It's starting to delete. It's starting to delete. We're starting to get there. I'm not gonna need any of these for a bit. I will need these two. The alchemy labs. I like how he used alchemy labs in his start. It doesn't look like he was doing any Russian tech either, which is pretty sick. Yeah, there's no Russian tech in his chain, which is nice. Yeah. No. So, okay, yes. The architect is in a different spot. Here's how this happens. If the architect is in a bad spot and we're like, oh shit, we need it to move, we complete it, right? Because it's only on one snake or two snakes. We have our two medallions like he has right here, right? So you literally have your two medallions, you complete the architect, and then you just click the last room of the chain and you just go protect it. And then the architect gets deleted and he moves to a different location, but none of the rest of the chain is deleted. Nothing happens. So, like, it doesn't really matter as much as Thinkable could think it matters. You know what I'm saying? It's not like nearly the end of the world. I'm gonna have to like start mass buying fucking waystones here pretty soon though. Just go in and just mass buy like 30 fucking waystone tier 15s.
I need more time.
I'm actually like completing these faster than I've ever completed before in my life, dude.
Not yet.
Oh, this one has the reduced recovery.
Die forgotten. They rise from the water. I need more time.
Yeah, where else can you get light radius? No, if he moves to the corner, we just completed him again, and then we just protect the room
Not yet.
until he moves into a good spot, and then we don't. It's fine. Everything's fine. If it were to like, that's not gonna happen. It doesn't work that way. The architect will never move into a spot where he actually like connects into a room directly. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it will never happen until the very, very end.
Not yet.
Two tree nodes, two rings. I'm thinking about getting the rings and using Calandras. Because, like, I don't need damage, dude. I do all the damage in the world. I just don't need it. With Vertex, I just fucking, I kill everything. I don't need anything. Vertex, I just kill it all. So I'm thinking, dude, Breach Ring, can Breach Rings run? I'll just get a fire resist. That's all res. It's like fire resist and all res. I don't know.
Do that yet.
I think I'll be fine, to be honest, with Headhunter. I don't think I need any resistances, dude. I think with Headhunter, I just don't care. Is there any, like, socket that I can put in a helmet that gives me light radius? Because I don't need the mana cost efficiency.
Can't do that yet.
Yeah, but I don't have power charges, so it doesn't matter. Dude, where... Am I stupid? Where is it? Oh my god. If I had light radius, I would have seen it. Yeah, I'm thinking about the unique ring with Calandra. What's the ring? Let's see. Unique. Light radius. Ring. There it is. Gifts from above. Hold on. Gotcha. Damn, that can give a lot of light radius. Let's go with like 35. 60 divs. Not bad. I'm gonna lose a lot of mana though. Like a lot of mana. Like a shitload. Like fucking massive amounts of mana. I don't think I'll be able to do any damage. It might work for maps though. I might literally just have enough damage for maps. Like it might not matter at all, honestly. For mapping, it won't matter. For doing the temple, it will. But I don't need light radius for that. How many divs do I got? 168. I'm good. Okay. What's the highest resist it can give? 10%? Okay. It's all resist, and it's an implicit. 90. We'll see. I mean, I'll try it for 60 days. Fuck it. I have a lot of things in my stash that I can sell, and I can, like, liquidate over 1,000, maybe even... I think I can actually liquidate, like, almost a mirror's worth of fucking divs. I'm fine.
Good.
But the question is, how much mana do I lose? A lot. 1,200 mana, baby. But now I got all the light resistance, all the light res in the world. We're gonna see. That'd be hilarious. And then you said there was notables too. Hold on. Light radius. There's one there. One there. A jewel. Illuminated crown. Okay, so there's 3 of them. Okay. Why'd you pay 60 divs for this? They're like 20x for the light radius, bro. I want big light radius. And you have to understand, like, I have like 2,000 to 3,000 divs worth of shit. Like, I don't care. This feels like cheating. I don't think I need any more. I think it's good, bro. I think I'm good, man. Like, what?
I need more time. Toxins. I can't do that yet.
I always have to play it with it in the middle of my map so I can see. So this is where I think Rockiatas in the Spark might be a better decision.
Not yet. Not yet. Out of mana.
Vertex again, I might buy one. These are the stats on my Vertex. I think we need to run Rockiatas in our freeze, which means we run Biala's Desire and our cast on critical. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm not posting it. That's why I'm not posting the light radius gear, because it's going to fuck people up. I'm not doing that.
I need more time.
This version of the build is literally just for, like, mapping. Yeah, you can't convince me that Rockiatas isn't the play on mapping. Like, for temples, it's definitely on the Comet, but for mapping... Alright, let's see how much damage I can do. She still drops. Yeah, that was a powered boss too. My damage is so nerfed and I still do that much. It's hilarious. Can you show your scepter real quick, please? Sure. The scepter I'm using right now is this one, Guiding Palm of the Eye. And this is just for, like, mapping. It's just to give me the light radius. It's, like, literally the only reason I'm running it at all. Damn, I bought it. Never bought anything for 700 did before. Yeah, tell me how it works, man. It's good. The Vertex is so good, dude. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it, I promise. Like, I don't feel... I lose all my energy shield, I promise you won't care.
I can't do that yet.
The fact I am running this build with 1,000 mana is the most disrespectful memery I've ever seen in my life.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, your energy shield's gone, dude. It's all gone. Say goodbye to your energy shield. It's all gone. How many power charges do you use? You didn't go for power charge on Vertex Mask, right? No. Not. And not. Because if I did, it'd be very expensive. But you can. You can go for that, but it's going to be like a lot. So now that I'm in here, this is where I put this one on to give me the mana. Yeah, at Xeris, it'd be Xeris Regalia chest is definitely the way to run for sure. How did you manage resistances after switching to Vertex? Who cares about resistances when you have Headhunter, bro? Resistances are a fucking lie. Who gives a shit?
Not yet. The vow of many on
I'm gonna need that. Yeah, pretty much. God, it's only taking out like 2 at a time. Which isn't the worst thing, but I kind of need it to take out this, I need to take out the Spy Master.
the temple reshapes itself again. The vow of many.
Hooray. Chwatleys. Damn. Alright, it's whatever. Okay. It's slowly taking it out. It's slowly taking things out. Because that one's going to be the start to his second chain. So I'm going to kind of... I might keep this for a bit. Don't know if I need 2 of those. But we do need to delete this Spy Master. The problem is that if I delete... Okay, so I can't follow his, though. I actually need to do a full fucking temple reset, bro. I asked to be a full temple reset because I need this part of the chain deleted, too. Because this fucking garrison right here, it just fucks everything up. It's a full fucking temple reset. Which means, honestly, the best thing we can do is just dump ourselves to the Architect as fast as fucking possible.
Vile trickery without aim.
It's a full temple reset. Hell yeah. We're gonna need a couple of those. But then wouldn't it be better to go Mind Over Matter on this build and stack mana as high as possible? No, it'd be better to go Eldritch Battery and then get all the enchants and all the passes that allow you to take damage from mana over life that exceeds 100% without needing to run Mind Over Matter. That's how you do that. Full fucking temple reset, baby. All right. We need another tower. It's not going to be over here. Where would we go for that? Right here? Okay. All right, let's see if we can complete this map in a minute. Here we go.
Local. Need your aid.
Not yet. I can't do that yet. Didn't break a sweat. I need more time. I can't do that yet.
Fuck. What are the chances? "30 seconds. One, 58 seconds.
Yes.
Why should I put it as the second socket? Probably light radius. I think you can do light radius, right? I don't remember.
Out of mana.
Yeah, I guess if you're not like maxing your resistances, just whatever works. Oh, I figured out. Oops. Hold on. I was like, dude, I feel like I'm not having as much light radius. Yeah, I wasn't.
Not yet.
There we go. Now I'm cheating.
I need more time. Not yet.
I guess that doesn't count. Just show me where everything is. Oh well.
Do that yet.
Fix that shit. Oh, there it is. Never mind. We're fine. I get it. You need to find all the checkpoints, but I think once the map's completed, you should be able to see everything. It's okay. Oh, it's right there the whole time. Huh. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. Just this one. That one, and go. Oh.
Not yet. I need more time.
Where are you? Doesn't show. Cool. There you are. Sweet. If you can truly tell a difference with Vertex, does that mean before you weren't doing enough damage? Does Temple get super hard with all the effectiveness? Yes, it does.
Not yet.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm just dead. Wait. Damn. I think I did this wrong. It's level 79, so I don't think I'm gonna get 2, but we'll find out. It's better than nothing.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, I don't know. We can go ahead and run this now, though. I think I have like 3. Yeah, see, like all these guardhouses are so good, dude, but it needs to wipe out the Spy Masters needs to get wiped out. We need the Spy Masters to get wiped out. And we need the rest of the chain to get wiped out. Does level 79 give you 2 every time? I thought you had to be level 80. Level 79 6 mod gives you 2. That's a very good one to have.
This medallion's rather beautiful.
Yep, that's what I'm running. Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. Alright, cool. Alright. Cool. All right. Sweet. Okay, so now that my spy masters are taken out, now what we can do is put the guardhouse. But the problem is that putting the guardhouse here and then putting the spy masters here, they're both going to connect, which means it can wipe out this one because it doesn't delete the chain, which means we actually need it to wipe out this whole fucking chain all the way down. So we're kind of in a stuck position until we were able to get to the architect and actually just wipe out like 4 rooms. We have to get all the way down here and we have to wipe out this whole fucking thing. This whole temple needs to be wiped out. That's how bad it got. That's how bad it got fucked up. We are actually spending more time trying to wipe the temple than we are to trying to build the temple. That's how fucked it is right now. We could also build in the opposite direction, though. If I wanted to, I could do that. That would actually be really smart, because then I wouldn't have to, like, wait the whole time. So, like, my friend's temple, right here, he's building this way. What we could do is just build this way, and then rebuild the opposite way. So I'd really run his build, but going to the left instead of to the right. And that would save us all the time we have to wait until to breach that whole fucking snake part that I have right here. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. I go to the left instead of go to the right. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm just going to have to build his in mirror form. Yep, that's what I'll do. We just build it in mirror. That is the strat. That is what we will do. Because that will require a heck of a lot less maps than trying to delete the whole rest of the other part of the chain, because godly, that would be a nightmare. Oh yeah, I need that one. Sometimes it's almost 3 minutes. Do you have any guesses as to why that varies so much? Yeah, this is a very common question, and unfortunately, I just wish people read. And it's because of heightened charges. The benefits from consuming charges from supported skill have 20% chance to be doubled. So sometimes, when it activates, it can be longer. So if you'll see here, watch. It's 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Still 1 minute. We'll hit it. 2 minutes. There you go. And that's how that works. Oh, I have the Spy Masters and the Garrison. God damn it. Fuck. Oh, it's so irritating. There's like literally no reason to not try to run it other than it just takes up spots for this not to get deleted. Fuck. Man, this sucks. We need this to get eaten up. There's no other way to put it. We just need it to get eaten up.
Vile trickery without end.
See if we can get any like garrisons or anything. Commander's not gonna work. Armory we're gonna need. That we're gonna need. Hold up. Looking at friend's build here. Definitely gonna need an armory, right? Yeah. So we'll take out one of the alchemies.
Not yet.
I need more time.
I need more time.
It didn't even touch these. Oh my god, it just deleted those two. It's only deleting 2 at a time, and I need those 2 right here to be deleted, or it needs to delete all the way to here. God, this is gonna be pain, dude. I just have to wait for RNG to choose those 2 rooms. Fuck me. Life is pain. So I think I can help with the build. Not at the moment. I could have earlier, but I completely fucked my temple up, and now I have to rebuild my entire temple.
I need more time. I need more time.
Ugh. I can't believe you're surviving with ground effects or with all that. Dude, I'm telling you, once you get Hunter, nothing matters. Headhunter just deletes everything that you need for the game. Like, the Headhunter just says you never need to worry about anything ever again.
I can't do that yet.
All right. Shame. Shame upon Otter. Let's see. Equipment filters. Miscellaneous. Corrupted. No. There are 15 exalteds per, huh? Let's see if they're selling multiples, huh? Homie's literally just selling one. And he has one there for 90 divs. Like, he's got a whole thing of, like, nothing and expecting someone to be able to just buy this for 90 divs. Life is pain. Be careful. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, what? Okay. Do you need maps? Like, yeah, I need a bunch of maps.
Good.
That'll do for now. What's your in-game name? Infused Otter. Infused Otter.
Speak.
See if this works. Homie was saying level 79 works, so we're gonna double check that. Sweet. Saves me from having to go through the stupid trade. Appreciate. Thank you, mate. Appreciate.
Can I help? I'll post it right away.
You love me. You really love me. Do you ever have an issue with Cyclone constructs not spawning and then you get stuck in a room? If so, how do I solve it? Great fucking question. This is such a good question, Lexi, because I have fucking ran this so many times. The reason why those constructs, the cyclonic ones, aren't detecting you is because when you have Headhunter and you kill the rares, you get proximal tangibility, which means that you cannot be targeted. So when you walk up next to them, you're untargetable, and only when are you targetable do they pop out. So in order to actually get those little dudes to pop out of the ground, you have to unequip, re-equip Headhunter. It's so stupid.
I need more time. You will not suffer. We'll open that again. Not yet. I can't do that yet.
I am dead serious. It's so dumb.
I can't do that. Victory is mine.
What's just happened? Where am I? Oh, okay.
Do that yet.
Dog be dogging. She's got that dog in her, dude.
I need more time.
Hello? Oh, there it is. I knew it was there. God dang it. It just teleported me out. It's always over here. Well, would you look at that? Level 79s do in fact drop 2. So getting 3 infused is like you have to go so far out of your fucking way, whereas just 2 energized crystals is like the easiest thing in the world. This is literally a run it and then just fucking run out. No, I don't even want to add rooms. I don't even want to. It's literally walk in, walk out. What happened to my temple? We don't talk about it, Anton. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nothing happened. This is exactly what my temple looked like before. Man, the power spike with Vertex is totally insane. Totally worth the 500 divs. Weird. Weird. This is what my temple always looked like. It's still... It won't fucking wipe these out. It won't wipe this fucking... Oh my god, dude. It has to wipe that out. If I have to actually sit here and wait until it all, like, works its way all the way down that chain because the algorithm... Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, I'll be right back. All right. Man, this is degenerate. But this is definitely the way to do it.
Not yet.
Yeah, I got the right one.
Die, scum. I can't do that yet. I need more time. I need more time. Die, forgotten. I can't do that yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Ugh, my internet is just poopy right now. Not responding. Also, I'm tired of getting maps with the recovery bullshit.
I can't do that yet.
My recovery is like super long.
Not yet.
I'm cruising everything now. You're very welcome.
Not yet. I can't do that yet.
Which ascendancy you play right now, Stormweaver?
I need more time. I need more time.
Come on, come on. Get up. Jesus.
I can't do that yet. No mana.
Yeah, like you can log out and log back in, it's fine, but it's just still kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, that was spotted super fast. Thank you, Light Radius. Wow. What just happened in Val Temple? What do you mean? Yeah, because I found the ruins.
No mana. I need more time.
What's the deck that gives you 2 mana pots instead of 1? Can't remember. Oh, it's the Wastegate. It's the Wastegate belt. What is it called? Let me just find it. Where are you? This one. Yeah, this belt. You're just Val Temple. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, thank you, Light Radius. And our job is done. What spells do you have on second weapon set? Couldn't find it anywhere. Yeah, that would be on the Google Docs sheets. So in the description, there's a Google Docs sheet. Take that. Pull it up. Skill gems. Boom.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
I don't even know why I'm like looking at anything. We just literally need to enter the temple and call it a day. I can't build any paths because paths would fuck things up. I just need it to delete those two rooms. If we could delete those 2 rooms, we're good. It deleted 1 room. Golly, dude. If it's deleting 1 room at a time right now, this is gonna be a real rough road. Because I can't do anything until those 2 rooms are deleted or these 2 rooms are deleted. Oh my god, it's 1 room at a time. Oh man, RNG's a bitch. Well, they made it so that if you have a certain amount of rooms without that medallion, it's almost impossible to have your spy masters get wiped out. So that's nice. So it's a lot easier to rebuild temples now. That's amazing. If you run them, it will delete more. Okay. I'll run the next one then. But they didn't want people to quickly be able to ruin their temples. What's the exploit? How do you keep getting cold infused? Watch the video. It'll explain everything. The Adonia's Trifusion build video will tell you everything about why I keep getting cold infused.
Without end.
Oh, I do want that. Fuck. Okay, let me look at my friend's thing here. I think he only has 1. Yeah, he only has 1 for a really long time, so I only need 1 of these. Take that.
Out of mana.
Really?
For the
Hooray. What the fuck happened to my temple? We don't talk about it. Nothing happened. The temple's fine. This is what my temple looked like from the beginning. Don't worry about it. Hooray! Alright. No, wait. Not hooray. I need this to delete too. Fuck! It just still deleted only one room, by the way. I ran the entire temple. It still only deleted one room. Fuck. This sucks. Dude, RNG is like so rough. Meth is in my madness, I promise. Oh, yeah?
You will not stop it! Need mana!
Got like 5 adorns. Yeah, I kept getting diamond drops. Nice. Got like 5 adorns.
Kill break of sweat! I need more time. I need more time. You there, local. Come. Not yet. Not yet. Fight, Garopan!
Had a nice werewolf build. Good, good, good. But was he better than me? Tell me I'm the best. Tell me I'm your princess. Tell me nobody's more important than me and that I deserve every pedestal. Please, I need other people's validation in order to function. Check out this version of your POB. I changed the glove, spark supports and passive, 2 more jewel sockets, more shock magnitude, and spark duration. Don't care about spark duration. Well, I mean, I do, but... What do you got? We'll take a look at it. Yeah, so you're running Night Scale. You're not running Eldritch, but you're running Night Scale, which means where are you getting your crit damage from? What's your crit hit damage? Okay. Level 97. Okay. What points are you missing? So you're just not running the Eldritch Battery thing. Coming up here for all the crit damage and stuff. I like that. Come down here. You grab these stuff. Okay. Throat Seeker. Okay. Crit chance. Crit chance. Those. That. Yeah. So you're just not taking any of this. You're not taking Blessing of the Moon? I don't think you have more spark duration if you're not taking Blessing of the Moon, my homie. Okay, what do you got for spark supports? Considered casting? Why? Why? What's the thought process here? Let me know. Like, I want to know what your thought process with the considered casting here is. Why would you do this over rapid casting 3? I want to know your thought process. And I would absolutely want to know your thought process as to why you're not running Valentias here either. It was more damage in Path of Builder with considered casting, but this isn't a Spark build. We don't use Spark for damage. We don't care about Spark's damage. Wait, I'm confused. What's going on here? But we don't care about Spark's damage. I mean, we kind of do in the lowest form possible. There are ways around it. The reason why we care about Spark's damage is that Spark can actually freeze targets. But there are ways for Spark to freeze targets without increasing its damage. There are ways to increase Spark dealing damage without increasing that part of it. You know what I'm saying? I think Valentia's with Rapid Casting 3 is going to be way better. Oh, I actually need to complete this. Damn. No. That's not what I'm saying. You'd use Valentia's with Rapid Casting 3. Like, Spark is not what deals damage in this build whatsoever. Spark is just what drives the engine. We could care less what Spark's damage is. Makes sense given the use of considered casting. I don't necessarily agree with the overall package. You want Spark to freeze the trigger too. Yeah, exactly. I think projectile speed is way more important than damage. But that's my opinion. If it works for you, it works for you. I think where you're going with the crit hit damage is a very good place. I think I like the way you're taking the crit hit damage. More spark damage equals more freeze buildup. Correct. I don't disagree with that. That is correct. But at the same time, there are other ways that we can increase our freeze buildup, like freeze, the literal freeze, like this. Like if you put that in spark, isn't that the same as just saying 50% more spark damage? Like if the entire concept of the build is that spark is freezing the target, right? Then doing 50% more damage also equals putting in this, which gives us 50% more freeze buildup. Yeah? Like, that gem right there is just 50% quote-unquote more damage. Don't underestimate your spark damage. It's pretty solid, too. I don't underestimate the spark damage. I just understand that if I had to play into one thing versus another, the playing into my comet dealing damage and playing into my spark dealing freeze is definitely more than my spark dealing more damage, but my comet not dealing more damage. Just from the experience I've had with this build. Now, what I will say is this. The spark dealing more damage does equate to more freeze buildup, but as well, it also equates to more crits. Because if the spark is dealing more damage, then you're generating more energy. So you can make that argument as well. With Rockiatas, the freeze seems nuts, though. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I've been actually, it's like, funny enough, I've really been having more success with Rockiatas being in Spark than it being in Comet, dude. Like, wildly. My main point is Night Scale instead of Malagars, though extra mana regenerate, and you can take those high-value crit passives. What's your crit damage right now in the build? Because you're going to lose out on other things, right? Like, you went for the crit damage, but you lost out on a bunch of additive elemental damage in order to do that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, what is your crit damage? Why would you get the passive practice signs and not go right above for the point and crit hit chance? Instead, you waste a point and crit bonus. What? What are you talking about? Hold on. Practiced. Why would you get the passive practice signs and not go right for the point and crit hit chance? Where? What? This is just for cast speed in my weapon set 2, dude. This is just for weapon set 2 to have a fast cast speed. That's all that is. That's a weapon. That's a weapon set cast. That's a weapon set 2 passive point, bro. Doesn't do anything for my actual main damage set. Is there a way to mitigate the stun after blink? Yeah, you tap it and then immediately cast a spell. Are you resist cap using the vortex? Nope, not even close. God, I got the Spy Masters and a Garrison. Oh, it's so irritating. I would have had it, but like I have to have this part of the path destroyed. This path needs to be destroyed. Oh, man. So bad. I'm like getting all the rooms I need, but there's just nothing I can do. Fuck. And I got an altar. God damn it, dude. This feels so bad, guys. I can't even, like, begin to describe how bad this feels. I have a 1 in 3 shot. It's going to hit the room I need it to hit. It just keeps on hitting this rooms. Fuck, man. One fucking room at a time. Use the altar to eat the road? You can do that? No, I thought the altar only consumed rooms. It can't eat roads. Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Can you really use the altar to eat roads? I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game so much, dude. There's just too much shit to know. Like, this game is just a case of, like, 80% read what other people are doing and 20% play the game.
Didn't break a sweat.
I swap away from the Sacred Flame offhand for now, but that's because I'm doing maps. Once I get in the more difficult temples, I'll be swapping back.
Not yet. I need more time.
How do you use the 2 mana flask? I have a video on that. It's like the Ambrosia video. It's still the same thing as it was from last season. You use a wastegate to create both able to use the flask, and then you just take it off and put on Headhunter.
I need more time.
Look at that.
Mana.
Victory is mine.
Do 3 more maps and go back in. I have to say, this fucking temple is probably one of the best mechanics they've designed because of how complicated it is. At the same time, it's one of the worst mechanics they've ever designed because of how complicated it is. It's like a love-hate relationship. See, like, that's one, like, I just don't feel like I'm ever gonna play any other game, dude. Like, I feel like I've been spoiled with the point of, like, what other game allows you to just learn and have things in depth as this game? And yes, like, the learning curves suck and it really hurts when you, like, lose and you're like, oh, fuck, really? Because when you lose hard in this game. At the same time, when you win big. But it requires you to make a very large streak of right choices. Whereas when you make one bad choice, everything's all fucked. And I'm going to be honest, it really mimics a lot of how life is. And there's a piece of me that's like, usually I play games to get away from what life feels like. But I feel like I'm just playing Life 2.0. Does increased spell damage apply to all? So, for example, if you have Cold Lightning Infusion, would it multiply? Yes, it does. It affects everything. It would add with your elemental damage. It's an additive with all your other elemental stuff, but yes, it would. Alright, there we go. Hopefully we can, I'd really like to start building my temple. I hate it. Okay. We literally run in, walk out, and pray to God. Alright, we got a 30% chance. I just need it to wipe out that path. If it wipes out that path, we're good. Fuck. We'll walk in and walk out again, boys. Oh my god. The algorithm, I swear it's weighing the fucking road way heavier than the paths. Yeah, it's gonna wipe everything out before it wipes out this path, and I need this path wiped out. This is gonna be the very fucking last thing, dude. I guarantee it. This is gonna be the very fucking last thing that gets wiped out. Because it's so near the entrance, it's gonna wipe out everything else. Man, this is fucking pain, bro. But this is what this is what you have to do. You have to clear your whole fucking temple. Like, that's how bad it is, man. Like, if there's one fucking room out of place in one spot, guess what? You're redesigning the entire fucking temple. Oh, man. And there's just nothing you can do about it. They need a reset temple button for sure. Yeah, it happens, man. It's part of the game. This is the part I don't like. It's just like, okay, you bricked your temple. You're like, oh, fuck. All right, well, it looks like I'm going to have to need to rebuild it. But you're going to spend fucking 3 hours just deleting your temple. That's the part I don't like. And there's nothing you can do to save it. Like, you can't try to save it while you're doing that. It's just like, when it's bricked, it's just like, now you literally have to go through the painful process of watching your temple die out all the way to nothing. And there's just nothing you can do. Like, I can try to get up to Architect, I guess. But it's just not going to delete this. This is the room that needs to be deleted. This one right here. This has to be deleted. I just don't think it's ever going to. Any idea what content from PoE1 you would prefer to see added for next league? No idea, because I don't play PoE1. Not a clue. Yep. Pain. Pain and suffering, my friend. We're gonna wait. God. Brutal. That's enough. Oh no, I did that. I guess they're just gonna go over here. Yeah. Like if I had to do like what 80 fucking maps just to delete my temple? I think that's kind of horseshit.
I can't do that yet. I need more time. Not yet. Out of mana. Victory is mine.
All right, I'm gonna go do the Architect. No, at Zeri will remove almost all the rooms, but Architect
Let's decide.
does not remove all the rooms, just moves more.
I need more time.
You. I don't think I need a thaumaturge for a while. Let me check. Nope, that's not the right one. This one. Yeah, I don't need a thaumaturge for a fucking minute.
I need more time.
Daleks of Liraval shall not suffer the same fate as Atsuatan. Over and over. I have done it. You should come from there.
Yeah, you can do the royal access chamber. That's no, don't care. Why don't you want the architect placed in that spot? I do, but I need to delete these fucking rooms. Please. Life is fucking pain, dude. It will not delete this path, and this path needs to be deleted. So the problem here is that, like, we actually need the entire fucking temple to be reset because this path actually fucked everything up. Like, this path needs to be deleted in order for any part of the fucking thing to work. It's so bad. Golly, dude. It is so bad. I can't believe how bad that path actually fucked shit up. Yeah, if I get an altar. But I need to get an altar in order for that to work, right? It's just insanity to me how bad that path is. Like, I never thought the entire stream would ever be devoted to let's brick the temple as hard as humanly possible. The rule of temple is altars only come along when you don't need them. Ain't that the fucking truth? Holy God. Trauma. And the thing is that usually what you can do... Wait, did I complete this? I did, okay. The thing is that usually you can actually, like, when you complete these, you go into the temple and the temple drops a lot of waystones. So you don't actually need to, like, farm for more waystones for a temple run. But that's when your temple gets huge. Like, we know that we're gonna have to, like, run in, run out, and keep doing that, like, 10 times until, like, that path is killed. Like, if we were to look at the temple, so we can't even do anything until we do, like, 20 fucking maps. 20, 30 maps, because we have to delete, like, 10 to 12 rooms in order for that path to be deleted. Because it's the least weighted thing to actually get deleted. Like, it's a great thing we got a build that's just able to cruise through this and just, you know, wreck these builds out or wreck these maps out. But man,
I need more time. Not yet.
oh shit, fell off.
I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet.
Dude, what the fuck? Okay, I guess. I don't know why, like, I'm having a lot of difficulty getting the frost infusions right now. Like, I'm consistently only casting standard sparks, which is kind of weird.
I can't do that yet. No mana.
I wish it would tell us how many times we've actually energized it on the map. Rather than just saying 6 out of 6, it would actually tell us what it is. But I don't have the golem works that I need. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna go in and see if we get lucky. Oh, we got the altar. Okay. It's saved. We have the altar. I told you, you can't use the altar to eat up pads. Can't do it. You can only eat the end paths. I told you. Yeah, I can eat up this path, the end path, but this one isn't an end path. Do you understand why this path is so fucked? You can eat this path, which is the end path, but this isn't an end path because it can go, like, if this wasn't here, if this path wasn't here, we'd be fine. The fact that these two paths connect makes this path the worst option in the history of the planet. Do you understand how fucked this is now? Do we understand just how fucked my temple was by that fucking connection that we did with the smithy? The smithy right here with this path right here was the truest fuckery of fucked. That's how fucking bad it is. Oh, man.
A building got shot. Like the sun. Nana.
Not spend.
Roll another tune. Oh my god, it's literally gonna delete one. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 6 temples. Ugh, I can run 24 maps before I roll a new character and get up here. It's fine. It's just fucking, it's just ass. It's just ass. So we can start building our path, not until that one's dead, but until the other two are deleted. I just didn't think I would actually have to go one at a time until that one got deleted, but there is another way we can start it up. Like, it's not, technically we only need to do like 2 or 3 more. It sucks, but it's not the absolute, like, end of the fucking planet. It's just one of those situations you're just like, yo, man, that's rough. I'll show you when we go in here. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So technically, I actually do want to do a sacrifice. So as soon as I sacrifice this, we are good. Boom. We can actually now start the path. We can just roll this way now. That's how we do it. We can literally just roll this way. We can make this end right here, all these pathways and these connectors on this end like this. We can make that the extra rooms to delete, and then we can start focusing down this way with the spy masters and the garrison. So actually we're saved. Everything's fine. We're actually okay now. Now, the reason why I needed it to do that was because if you look here at my friend's path, I'm going to pull these both up kind of together. I'm going to shrink this one up a little bit, though. Okay. So we're going to shrink up this path and pull it. I can't do that. Hold on. There we go. All right. So here's the problem, right? So mine started with a spy master garrison. His starts with a garrison spy master. Now, why does that matter? And the reason being is that if I had this part right here, you see how this commander's right here, and you see how this garrison's right here? If I put a garrison like this right here, the garrison would attach to the commander, and if I put a spy master right here, it would attach to this garrison, and it would fuck everything up. So what we needed to do is we needed to delete all the way to this point. This commander needed to be deleted in order for us to start the path into garrison spy master like my friend has it. That's the way we'd have to do it. So now you can see that's exactly what we've done. So now what we can do is we can put a spy master here. And now what we can do is we can start building up a path that goes up to the left here. And we can actually start like building paths. Like this. And now what happens is the chances of this garrison getting deleted are like 0. And we just wait until we're able to get a spy master with the puentes, and then we put the spy master in with the garrison, with the forge, and then with the alchemy. So we need spy master, garrison, forge, alchemy, and I have that all right here. Bam, and we do it. And then right here we have 3 of them that'll lock them up. So that's essentially what we're doing. We're building a sim city here, like of like 13, so it has like a 1 in 13 chance that this one's going to get deleted. And that's essentially what we're trying to do. Now, because that's a level 3 altar, I'm actually going to go do it because it's a level 3 altar. And I can get a cultivation orb from that, which is nice. Another alchemy lab. I don't need another alchemy lab for a really long time, so I'm good. Sweet. Now we're back in business. Now we sit here and we keep rerolling until we get our spy masters and our garrison. Temple successfully reset. Are you kidding me? Really? Okay. Don't think if I'm casting a spell, it's necessarily... Oh my god, dude. Oh.
Victory is mine.
Oof. Not the biggest fan of that one. We'll just move towards this way. Quick and easy. Why does my pinnacle power disappear when loading loading any map? Do you know WoW? Yeah, because you're loading into a different map. You have to reset it. Hello? Yeah, you're in a different instance. You have to reset it every time you go into a different instance. What the yeah, duh? Do you still use the Eldritch Battery and all the passes around it? I would. Right now, I am not. Okay, so we're going to reroll for Spy Master. We didn't get a Spy Master, so... One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So we have a 1 in 7 chance that this is going to get deleted. Sweet. No, it disappears from the skill slot HUD. Oh, yeah. You need to have Power Siphon on your bar, bro. You need to have Power Siphon on your bar with it. Yeah. Make sure that Power Siphon's on your bar, and make sure that your top bar is filled. So you have Power Siphon on the bar somewhere, and the top bar is filled. And the Pinnacle of Power needs to be on the top bar. So top bar needs to be filled. Pinnacle of Power needs to be on the top bar. Siphon of Power, or Power Siphon needs to be somewhere in the build.
Need mana. Didn't break a sweat. No sweat.
I need to kill the boss in here and get the thing, so... We'll see if we can do it in less than a minute. That'd be cool. Alright, here we go. Found that. Nice and easy. Based on how this map is, it's probably going to be, like, around there. We'll find out.
Not yet. Scum. I can't do that.
Go on.
Literally doesn't matter as long as there's waystone on it. I don't care. Cool.
Not yet. Man, thank you.
Now, like 90% of the time, after this first checkpoint, it's down to the left here. So we'll see if it kill follows that. Yep, look at that. I'm so smart.
I need more time.
Hello, love.
I can't do that yet. I need more time.
Behold this door.
I need more time.
Okay.
Not yet. Victory is mine.
Not yet.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, thank God. Almost completed this whole map. Alright, this will be the last part of the temple, and then I gotta go. We're gonna go do dinner and head out. Okay, so looking at this, we can do another path, another path. Okay, so now we're set with this part for a bit. He does start his second chain going up this way, so this one will eventually have to be deleted, but we don't need to worry about it for a while. We can't even make a second chain until we get this spy master down here, so we don't even care. How much DPS do I recommend having on Spark and Comet? Don't matter. This is the one build where you actually don't give a fuck what that says. Cool. All right. Well, everything's looking pretty good. All right. Well, it sucks that we bricked our temple, but it was also a blessing in disguise because it allows us to make a better temple. Yay, better temples. So, with the fact that we could actually make a better temple now, this actually works out in our favor pretty well. So we just have to be willing to play. And the fact that we have a build that is just like cruising through and finding these maps as fast as they are, I think we're going to be all right. I think we're going to be just fine. I think within like 2 or 3 days, we'll have the temple rebuilt and we'll be just fine. We'll be good to go. But it gives us something to do over the next few days and talk about stuff. So it'll be fine. We'll be fine. Thank you for joining. I'm going to go. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming later tonight. Probably will be, to be honest, because it's my next 2 days off, and I like that. So I'll probably see you in a couple hours. But other than that, have yourself a great day. If not, I'll see you tomorrow.